or keys, having to reboot our computer because it has frozen, being late for an assignment, or getting cut off by another car in rush hour traffic, can produce stress. Fixenbaum, Green Glass, and Eaton. 2006, 36 Glaser, 1985, 37 found that medical students who were tested during, rather than several weeks before, their school examination periods showed lower immune system functioning. Other research has found that even more minor stressors, such as having to do math problems during an experimental session, can compromise the immune system. Cacioppo et Alabama, 1998. 38. 10.3.3 Responses to stress. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Not all people experience a ND respond to stress in the same way, and these differences can be important. The cardiologists Meyer Friedman and R. H. Rosenman, 1974, 39 were among the first to study the link between stress and heart disease. In their research they noticed that even though the partners in married couples often had similar lifestyles, diet, and exercise patterns, the husbands nevertheless generally had more heart disease than did the wives. As they tried to explain the difference, they focused on the personality characteristics of the partners, finding that the husbands were more likely than the wives to respond to stressors with negative emotions and hostility. Recent research has shown that the strongest predictor of a physiological stress response from daily hassles is the amount of negative emotion that they evoke. People who experience strong negative emotions as a result of everyday hassles, and who respond to stress with hostility experience more negative health outcomes than do those who react in a less negative way. McIntyre, Korn, and Matsuo, 2008, Sauls and Bund, 2005. 40 Williams and his colleagues, 2001, 41 found that people who scored 35. Hutchinson, J.G., and Williams, P.G. 2007. Neuroticism, Daily Hassles, and Depressive Symptoms, an examination of moderating and mediating effects. Personality and Individual Differences, 42, 7, 1367-1378. 36. Fixenbaum, L.M., Green Glass, E.R., and Eaton, J. 2006. Perceived Social Support, Hassles, and Coping Among the Elderly. Journal of Applied Gerontology, 25, 1, 1730. 37. Glaser, R. 1985. Stress-related impairments in cellular immunity. Psychiatry Research, 16, 3, 233-239. 38. Cacioppo, J.T., Berntson, G.G., Malarkey, W.B., Kyacolt Glaser, J.K., Sheridan, J.F., Pullman, K.M., Glaser, R. 1998. Autonomic, Neuroendocrine, and Immune Responses to Psychological Stress, the reactivity hypothesis. In Annals of the New York Academy of Sciences, Neuroimmunomodulation, Molecular Aspects, Integrative Systems, and Clinical Advances. Volume 840, pages 664-673. New York, New York, New York Academy of Sciences. 39. Friedman, M., and Rosenman, R.H. 1974. Type A Behavior and Your Heart. New York, New York, Knopf. 40. McIntyre, K., Korn, J., and Matsuo, H. 2008. Sweating the Small Stuff, How Different Types of Hassles Result in the Experience of Stress. Stress and Health, Journal of the International Society for the Investigation of Stress, 24, 5, 383-392. doi, 101002/SME1190, Sauls, J., and Bund, J. 2005. Anger, Anxiety, and Depression as Risk Factors for Cardiovascular Disease, the Problems and Implications of Overlapping Affective Dispositions. Psychological Bulletin, 131, 2, 260, 300. 41. Williams, R.B. 2001. Hostility, Effects on Health and the Potential for Successful Behavioral Approaches to Prevention and Treatment. In A. Baum, T. A. Revenson, and J. E. Singer, eds, Handbook of Health Psychology. Mawa, N. J., Lawrence. Earlbaum Associates. 411. High on measures of anger were 3 times more likely to suffer from heart attacks in comparison to those who scored lower on anger. On average, men are more likely than are women to respond to stress by activating the fight or flight response, which is an emotional and behavioral reaction to stress that increases the readiness for action. The arousal that men experience when they are stressed leads them to either go on the attack, in an aggressive or revenging way, or else retreat as quickly as they can to safety from the stressor. The fight or flight response allows men to control the source of the stress if they think they can do so, or if that is not possible, it allows them to save face by leaving the situation. The fight or flight response is triggered in men by the activation of the HPA axis. Women, on the other hand, are less likely to take a fight or flight response to stress. Rather, they are more likely to take a tend and befriend response. Taylor et. Alabama, 2000. 42. The tend and befriend response is a behavioral reaction to stress that involves activities designed to create social networks that provide protection from threats. This approach is also self-protective because it allows the individual to talk to others about her concerns, as well as to exchange resources, such as child care. The tend and befriend response is triggered in women by the release of the hormone oxytocin, which promotes affiliation. Overall, the tend and befriend response is healthier than the flight or flight response because it does not produce the elevated levels of arousal related to the HPA, including the negative results that accompany increased levels of cortisol. This may help explain why women, on average, have less heart disease and live longer than men. 10.3.4 Managing Stress. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. No matter how healthy and happy we are in our everyday lives, there are going to be times when we experience stress. But we do not need to throw up our hands in despair when things go wrong. Rather, we can use our personal and social resources to help us. Perhaps the most common approach to dealing with negative affect is to attempt to suppress, avoid, or deny it. You probably know people who seem to be stressed, depressed, or anxious, but they cannot or will not see it in themselves. Perhaps you tried to talk to them about it, to get them to open up to you, but were rebuffed. They seem to act as if there is no problem at all, simply moving on with life without admitting or even trying to deal with the negative feelings. Or perhaps you have even taken a similar approach yourself. Have you ever had an important test to study for or an important job interview coming up, and rather than planning and preparing for it, you simply tried to put it out of your mind entirely? Research has found that ignoring stress is not a good approach for coping with it. For 1. Ignoring our problems does not make them go away. If we experience so much stress that we get sick, these events will be detrimental to our life even if we do not or cannot admit that they are occurring. Suppressing our negative emotions is also not a 42. Taylor, S.E., Klein, L.C., Lewis, B.P., Grunewald, T.L., Gurung, R.A.R., and Updegraff, J.A. 2000. Biobehavioral responses to stress in females: tend and befriend, not fight or flight. Psychological Review, 107, 3, 411 429. 412. Very good option, at least in the long run, because it tends to fail. Gross and Levinson. 1997, 4341. If we know that we have that big exam coming up, we have to focus on the exam itself to suppress it. We can't really suppress or deny our thoughts, because we actually have to recall and face the event to make the attempt to not think about it. Doing so takes effort, and we get tired when we try to do it. Furthermore, we may continually worry that our attempts to suppress will fail. Suppressing our emotions might work out for a short while, but when we run out of energy, the negative emotions may shoot back up into consciousness, causing us to re-experience the negative feelings that we had been trying to avoid. Daniel Wegner and his colleagues, Wegner, Schneider, Carter, and White, 1987, 44. Directly tested whether people would be able to effectively suppress a simple thought. He asked them to not think about a white bear for 5 minutes but to ring a bell in case they did. Try it yourself. Can you do it? However, participants were unable to suppress the thought as instructed. The white bear kept popping into mind, even when the participants were instructed to avoid thinking about it. you might have had this experience when you were dieting or trying to study rather than party, the chocolate bar in the kitchen cabinet and the fun time you were missing at the party kept popping into mind, disrupting your work. Suppressing our negative thoughts does not work, and there is evidence that the opposite is true. When we are faced with troubles, it is healthy to let out the negative thoughts and feelings by expressing them, either to ourselves or to others. James Pennebaker and his colleagues, Pennebaker, Calder, and Sharp, 1990, Watson and Pennebaker, 1989, 45 have conducted many correlational and experimental studies that demonstrate the advantages to our mental and physical health of opening up versus suppressing our feelings. This research team has found that simply talking about or writing about our emotions or our reactions to negative events provides substantial health benefits. For instance, Pennebaker and Bell, 1986, 46 randomly assigned students to write about either the most traumatic and stressful event of their lives or trivial topics. Although the students who wrote about the traumas had higher blood pressure and more negative moods immediately after they wrote their essays, they were also less likely to visit the Student Health Center for illnesses during the following 6 months. Other research studied individuals whose spouses had died in the previous year, finding that the more they talked about the death with others, the less likely they were to become ill during the subsequent year. Daily writing about one's emotional states has also been found to increase immune system functioning. Petrie, Fontanilla, Thomas, Booth, and Pennebaker, 2004. 47. Opening up probably helps in various ways. For one, expressing our problems to others allows us to gain information, and possibly support, from them. Remember the 43 Gross, J.J., and Levinson, R.W. 1997. Hiding feelings, the acute effects of inhibiting negative and positive emotion. Journal of Abnormal Psychology, 106, 1, 95, 103. 44. Wigner, D.M., Schneider, D.J., Carter, S.R., and White, T.L. 1987. Paradoxical Effects of Thought Suppression. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 53, 1, 5, 13. 45. Pennebaker, J.W., Calder, M., and Sharp, L.K. 1990. Accelerating the Coping Process. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 58, 3, 528, 537, Watson, D., and Pennebaker, J.W. 1989. Health Complaints, Stress and Distress, Exploring the Central Role of Negative Affectivity. Psychological Review, 96, 2, 234-54. 46. Pennebaker, J.W., and Bell, S.K. 1986. Confronting a Traumatic Event, Toward an Understanding of Inhibition and Disease. Journal of Abnormal Psychology, 95, 3, 274-81. 47. Petrie, K.J., Fontanilla, I., Thomas, M.G., Booth, R.J., and Penny Baker, J.W. 2004. Effect of written emotional expression on immune function in patients with human immunodeficiency virus infection, a randomized trial. Psychosomatic Medicine, 66, 2-72-75. 413. Tend and befriend response that is so effectively used to reduce stress by women. Writing or thinking about one's experiences also seems to help people make sense of these events and may give them a feeling of control over their lives. Penny Baker and Stone, 2004. 48. It is easier to respond to stress if we can interpret it in more positive ways. Kelsey E.T. Alabama. 1999, 49 found that some people interpret stress as a challenge, something that they feel that they can, with effort, deal with, whereas others see the same stress as a threat, something that is negative and fearful. People who viewed stress as a challenge had fewer physiological stress responses than those who viewed it as a threat. They were able to frame and react to stress in more positive ways. 10.3.5 Emotion regulation. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Emotional responses such as the stress reaction are useful in warning us about potential danger and in mobilizing our response to it, so it is a good thing that we have them. However, we also need to learn how to control our emotions, to prevent them from letting our behavior get out of control. The ability to successfully control our emotions is known as emotion regulation. Emotion regulation has some important positive outcomes. Consider, for instance, research by Walter Mischel and his colleagues. In their studies, they had 4 and 5-year-old children sit at a table in front of a yummy snack, such as a chocolate C-hip, cookie or a marshmallow. The children were told that they could eat the snack right away if they wanted. However, they were also told that if they could wait for just a couple of minutes, they'd be able to have 2 snacks, both the one in front of them and another just like it. However, if they ate the one that was in front of them before the time was up, they would not get a second. Mischel found that some children were able to override the impulse to seek immediate gratification to obtain a greater reward at a later time. Other children, of course, were not, they just ate the first snack right away. Furthermore, the inability to delay gratification seemed to occur in a spontaneous and emotional manner, without much thought. The children who could not resist simply grabbed the cookie because it looked so yummy, without being able to stop themselves. Metcalf and Mischel, 1999. Strack and Deutsch, 2007. 50. The ability to regulate our emotions has important consequences later in life. When Mischel followed up on the children in his original study, he found that those who had been able to self-regulate grew up to have some highly positive characteristics, they got better SAT scores, were rated by their friends as more socially adept, and were found to cope with frustration and stress better than those children who could not. 48. Penny Baker, J.W., and Stone, L.D. eds. 2004. Translating Traumatic Experiences into Language, Implications for Child Abuse and Long-Term Health. Washington, D.C., American Psychological Association. 49. Kelsey, R.M., Blaskovich, J., Tomaka, J., Layden, C.L., Schneider, T.R., and Wines, S. 1999. Cardiovascular Reactivity and Adaptation to Recurrent Psychological Stress, Effects of Prior Task Exposure. Psychophysiology, 36, 6, 818 831. 50. Metcalf, J., and Mischel, W. 1999. A hot/cool system analysis of delay of gratification, dynamics of willpower. Psychological Review, 106, 1, 3, 19, Strack, F., and Deutsch, R. 2007. The Role of Impulse in Social Behavior. In A.W. Kruglansky and E.T. Higgins, eds, Social Psychology, Handbook of Basic Principles, Volume 2. New York, New York, Guilford Press. 414. Resist the tempting cookie at a young age. Thus effective self-regulation can be recognized as an important key to success in life. Aduke et. Alabama, 2000, Eigsty et. Alabama, 2006. Mischel and Aduke, 2004. 51. Emotion regulation is influenced by body chemicals, particularly the neurotransmitter serotonin. Preferences for small, immediate rewards over large but later rewards have been linked to low levels of serotonin in animals. Bizot, L. E. Bien, Puka, Haman, and Thiebatt, 1999, Liu, Wilkinson, and Robbins, 2004, 52. And low levels of serotonin are tied to violence and impulsiveness in human suicides. Asbury, Toskaman, and Thorin, 1976. 53. Research focus, emotion regulation takes effort. Emotion regulation is particularly difficult when we are tired, depressed, or anxious, and it is under these conditions that we more easily let our emotions get the best of us. Muraven and Baumeister. 2000, 54. If you are tired and worried about an upcoming exam, you may find yourself getting angry and taking it out on your roommate, even though she really hasn't done anything to deserve it and you don't really want to be angry at her. It is no secret that we are more likely fail at our diets when we are under a lot of stress, or at night when we are tired. Muraven, Tice, and Baumeister, 1998, 55 conducted a study to demonstrate that emotion regulation, that is, either increasing or decreasing our emotional responses, takes work. They speculated that self-control was like a muscle, it just gets tired when it is used too much. In their experiment, they asked their participants to watch a short movie about environmental disasters involving radioactive waste and their negative effects on wildlife. The scenes included sick and dying animals and were very upsetting. According to random assignment to condition, one group, the increase emotional response condition, was told to really get into the movie and to express their emotions. One group was to hold back and decrease their emotional responses, the decrease. 51 Aduc, O, Mendoza Denton, R, Michel, W, Downey, G, Peak, PK, and Rodriguez, M. 2000. Regulating the interpersonal self, strategic self-regulation for coping with rejection sensitivity. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 79, 5, 776, 792, IGST, I, M, Zayas, V, Michel, W, Shota, Y, Aduc, O, Dadlani, M. B, Casey, B. J. 2006. Predicting Cognitive Control from Preschool to Late Adolescence and Young Adulthood Psychological Science, 17, 6. 478, 484, Michel, W, and Aduc, O. eds. 2004. Willpower in a Cognitive Affective Processing System, The Dynamics of Delay of Gratification. New York, New York, Guilford Press. 52. Bizot, J, C, L. E. Bien, C, Puka, A. J, Haman, M, and Thebet, M, H. 1999. Serotonin and Tolerance to Delay of Reward in Rats. Psychopharmacology, 146, 4, 400, 412, Liu, Y. P., Wilkinson, L. S., and Robbins, T. W. 2004. Effects of acute and chronic buspirone on impulsive choice and efflux of 5-HT and dopamine in hippocampus, nucleus accumbens, and prefrontal cortex. Psychopharmacology, 173, 1, 2, 175, 185. 53. Asbury, M., Toskaman, L., and Thorin, P. 1976, 5-HIAA in the cerebrospinal fluid, a biochemical suicide predictor. Archives of General Psychiatry, 33, 10, 1193, 1197. 54. Muraven, M., and Baumeister, R. F. 2000. Self-regulation and depletion of limited resources. Does self-control resemble a muscle? Psychological Bulletin, 126, 2, to 47 to 59. 55. Muraven, M., Tice, D. M., and Baumeister, R. F. 1998. Self-control as a limited resource, regulatory depletion. Patterns. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 74, 3, 774, 789. 415. Emotional Response Condition, and the third, Control, group received no emotional regulation instructions. Both before and after the movie, the experimenter asked the participants to engage in a measure of physical strength by squeezing as hard as they could on a hand grip exerciser, a device used for strengthening hand muscles. The experimenter put a piece of paper in the grip and timed how long the participants could hold the grip together before the paper fell out. Figure 10.10 results from Muravin, Tice, and Baumeister, 1998 shows the results of this study. It seems that emotion regulation does indeed take effort, because the participants who had been asked to control their emotions showed significantly less ability to squeeze the hand grip after the movie than they had showed before it, whereas the control group showed virtually no decrease. The emotion regulation during the movie seems to have consumed resources, leaving the participants with less capacity to perform the hand grip task. Figure 10.7 results from Muravin, Tice, and Baumeister, 1998 participants who were instructed to regulate their emotions, either by increasing or decreasing their emotional responses to a move, had less energy left over to squeeze a hand grip in comparison to those who did not regulate their emotions. By adapted from Muravin, M, Tice, D.M., and Baumeister, R.F. 1998. Self-control as a limited resource, regulatory depletion patterns. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 74, 3, 774, 789. In other studies, people who had to resist the temptation to eat chocolates and cookies, who made important decisions, or who were forced to conform to others all performed more poorly on subsequent tasks that took energy, including giving up on tasks earlier, and failing to resist temptation. Voss and Heatherton, 2000. 56. Can we improve our emotion regulation? It turns out that training in self-regulation, just like physical training, can help. Students who practiced doing difficult tasks, such as exercising, avoiding swearing, or maintaining good posture, were later 56. Voss, K.D., and Heatherton, T.F. 2000. Self-regulatory failure, a resource depletion approach. Psychological Science, 11, 3, 249-54. 416. Found to perform better in laboratory tests of emotion regulation, such as maintaining a diet or completing a puzzle. Baumeister, Galiot, Dual, and Oden, 2006, Baumeister, Schmeichel, and Voss, 2007, Oden and Chang, 2006. 57. Key takeaways. Stress refers to the physiological responses that occur when an organism fails to respond appropriately to emotional or physical threats. The general adaptation syndrome refers to the three distinct phases of physiological change that occur in response to long-term stress: alarm, resistance, and exhaustion. Stress is normally adaptive because it helps us respond to potentially dangerous events by activating the sympathetic division of the autonomic nervous system. But the experience of prolonged stress has a direct negative influence on our physical health. Chronic stress is a major contributor to heart disease. It also decreases our ability to fight off colds and infections. Stressors can occur as a result of both major and minor everyday events. Men tend to respond to stress with the fight or flight response, whereas women are more likely to take attend and befriend response. Exercises and critical thinking. 1. Consider a time when you experienced stress, and how you responded to it. Do you now have a better understanding of the dangers of stress? How will you change your coping mechanisms based on what you have learned? 2. Are you good at emotion regulation? Can you think of a time that your emotions got the better of you? How might you make better use of your emotions? 57. Baumeister, R.F., Galiot, M., Dual, C.N., and Oden, M. 2006. Self-regulation and personality, how interventions increase regulatory success, and how depletion moderates the effects of traits on behavior. Journal of Personality, 74, 6. 1773-1801, Baumeister, R.F., Schmeichel, B., and Voss, K.D. 2007. Self-regulation and the executive function, the self as controlling agent. In A. W. Kruglansky and E. T. Higgins, eds. Social Psychology, Handbook of Basic Principles, Volume 2. New York, New York, Guilford Press, Oden, M., and Chen, K. 2006. Longitudinal gains in self-regulation from regular physical exercise. British Journal of Health Psychology, 11, 4, 717-733. 417. 10.4 Positive Emotions, The Power of Happiness. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Learning Objectives. 1. Understand the important role of positive emotions and happiness in responding to stress. 2. Understand the factors that increase, and do not increase, happiness. Although stress is an emotional response that can kill us, our emotions can also help us cope with and protect ourselves from it. The stress of the Monday through Friday grind can be offset by the fun that we can have on the weekend, and the concerns that we have about our upcoming chemistry exam can be offset by a positive attitude toward school, life, and other people. Put simply, the best antidote for stress is a happy one. Think positively, have fun, and enjoy the company of others. You have probably heard about the power of positive thinking, the idea that thinking positively helps people meet their goals and keeps them healthy, happy, and able to effectively cope with the negative events that occur to them. It turns out that positive thinking really works. People who think positively about their future, who believe that they can control their outcomes, and who are willing to open up and share with others are healthier people. Seligman and Csikszentmihalyi, 2000. 58. The power of positive thinking comes in different forms, but they are all helpful. Some researchers have focused on optimism, a general tendency to expect positive outcomes. Finding that optimists are happier and have less stress, Carver and Shire, 2009. 59 others have focused self-efficacy, the belief in our ability to carry out actions that produce desired outcomes. People with high self-efficacy respond to environmental and other threats in an active, constructive way by getting information, talking to friends, and attempting to face and reduce the difficulties they are experiencing. These people too are better able to ward off their stresses in comparison to people with less self-efficacy. Thompson, 2009. 60. Self-efficacy helps in part because it leads us to perceive that we can control the potential stressors that may affect us. Workers who have control over their work environment, for example, by being able to move furniture and control distractions, experience less stress, as do patients in nursing homes who are able to choose their everyday activities. Rodin, 1986. 61. Glass, Ream, and Singer, 1971. 62 found that participants who believed that they could stop a loud noise experienced less stress than those who did not think that they could, even though the people who had the option never actually used it. The ability to control our 58. Seligman, MEP, and Csikszentmihalyi, M. 2000. Positive Psychology, An Introduction. American Psychologist, 55, 1, 5, 14. 59. Carver, C.S., and Shire, M.F. 2009. Optimism. In M. R. Leary and R. H. Hoyle, eds. Handbook of Individual Differences in Social Behavior, pages 330-342. New York, New York, Guilford Press. 60. Thompson, S.C. 2009. The Role of Personal Control in Adaptive Functioning. In S. J. Lopez and C. R. Snyder, eds. Oxford. Handbook of Positive Psychology, 2nd ed., pages 271-78. New York, New York, Oxford University Press. 61. Rodin, J. 1986. Aging and Health, Effects of the Sense of Control. Science, 233, 4770, 1271, 1276. 62. Glass, D.C., Ream, B., and Singer, J.E. 1971. Behavioral Consequences of Adaptation to Controllable and Uncontrollable Noise. Journal of Experimental Social Psychology, 7, 2, 244-57. 418. Outcomes may help explain why animals and people who have higher status live longer. Sapo Lski, 2005. 63. Suzanne Kobesa and her colleagues, Kobesa, Matti, and Kahn, 1982, 64 have argued that the tendency to be less affected by life stressors can be characterized as an individual difference measure that has a relationship to both optimism and self-efficacy known as hardiness. Hardy individuals are those who are more positive overall about potentially stressful life events, who take more direct action to understand the causes of negative events, and who attempt to learn from them what may be of value for the future. Hardy individuals use effective coping strategies, and they take better care of themselves. Taken together, these various coping skills, including optimism, self-efficacy, and hardiness, have been shown to have a wide variety of positive effects on our health. Optimists make faster recoveries from illnesses and surgeries. Carver et Alabama, 2005. 65. People with high self-efficacy have been found to be better able to quit smoking and lose weight and are more likely to exercise regularly. Cohen and Pressman, 2006. 66. And hardy individuals seem to cope better with stress and other negative life events. Dolbear, Smith, and Steinhardt, 2007. 67. The positive effects of positive thinking are particularly important when stress is high. Baker, 2007. 68. Found that in periods of low stress, positive thinking made little difference in responses to stress, but that during stressful periods optimists were less likely to smoke on a day-to-day basis and to respond to stress in more productive ways, such as by exercising. It is possible to learn to think more positively, and doing so can be beneficial. Anthony et Alabama, 2001. 69. Found that pessimistic cancer patients who were given training in optimism reported more optimistic outlooks after the training and were less fatigued after their treatments. And Matty, Khan, and Matty, 1998. 70. Found that a hardiness training program that included focusing on ways to effectively cope with stress was effective in increasing satisfaction and decreasing self-reported stress. The benefits of taking positive approaches to stress can last a lifetime. Christopher Peterson and his colleagues, Peterson, Seligman, Yurko, Martin, and Friedman, 1998, 71. Found that the level of optimism reported by people who had first been interviewed when they were in college during years between 1936 and 1940 predicted their health over the next 50 years. Students who had a more positive outlook on life in college were less likely to have died up to 50 years later of ALL causes, and they were particularly likely to have experienced fewer accidental and violent deaths, in comparison to students who 63. Sapo Lski, R.M. 2005. The influence of social hierarchy on primate health. Science, 308, 5722, 648, 652. 64. Kobesa, S.C., Matty, S.R., and Khan, S. 1982. Hardiness and Health, a Prospective Study. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 42, 1, 168, 177. 65. Carver, C.S., Smith, R.G., Antony, M.H., Petronis, V.M., Weiss, S., and Durhagopian, R.P. 2005. Optimistic Personality and Psychosocial well-being during treatment predict psychosocial well-being among long-term survivors of breast cancer. Health. Psychology, 24, 5, 508516. 66. Cohen, S., and Pressman, S.D. 2006. Positive Affect and Health. Current Directions in Psychological Science, 15, 3, 122-125. 67. Dolbear, C.L., Smith, S.E., and Steinhardt, M.A. 2007. Relationships of Protective Factors to Stress and Symptoms of Illness. American Journal of Health Behavior, 31, 4, 423, 433. 68. Baker, S.R. 2007. Dispositional Optimism and Health Status, Symptoms, and Behaviors, Assessing Idiothetic Relationships. Using a Prospective Daily Diary Approach Psychology and Health, 22, 4, 431-455. 69. Antony, M.H., Lehman, J.M., Cliborn, K.M., Boyers, A.E., Culver, J.L., Alfieri, S.M., Kilborn, K. 2001. Cognitive. Behavioral stress management intervention decreases the prevalence of depression and enhances benefit finding among women under treatment for early-stage breast cancer. Health Psychology, 21, 20, 32. 70. Maddie, S.R., Kahn, S., and Maddie, K.L. 1998. The Effectiveness of Hardiness Training Consulting Psychology Journal, Practice and Research, 52, 78, 86. 71. Peterson, C., Seligman, M.E.P., Yurko, K.H., Martin, L.R., and Friedman, H.S. 1998. Catastrophizing and Untimely Death. Psychological Science, 9, 2, 127-130. 419. Were less optimistic. Similar findings were found for older adults. After controlling for loneliness, marital status, economic status, and other correlates of health, Levy and Myers found that older adults with positive attitudes and higher self-efficacy had better health and lived on average almost 8 years longer than their more negative peers, Levy and Myers. 2005, Levy, Slade, and Castle, 2002. 72 and Diener, Nickerson, Lucas, and Sandvik, 2002, 73. Found that people who had cheerier dispositions earlier in life had higher income levels and less unemployment when they were assessed 19 years later. 10.4.1 Finding happiness through our connections with others. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Happiness is determined in part by genetic factors, such that some people are naturally happier than others. Brongart, Plomin, De Vries, and Fulker, 1992, Licken. 2000, 74 But also in part by the situations that we create for ourselves. Psychologists have studied hundreds of variables that influence happiness, but there is one that is by far the most important. People who report that they have positive social relationships with others, the perception of social support, also report being happier than those who report having less social support. Diener, Sue, Lucas, and Smith, 1999, Diener, Tamir, and Scullin, 2006. 75 married people report being happier than unmarried people. Pew, 2006, 76, and people who are connected with and accepted by others suffer less depression, higher self-esteem, and less social anxiety and jealousy than those who feel more isolated and rejected. Leary, 1990. 77. Social support also helps us better cope with stressors. Koopman, Hermansen, Diamond, Angel, and Spiegel, 1998, 78 found that women who reported higher social support experienced less depression when adjusting to a diagnosis of cancer, and Ashton et Alabama, 2005, 79 found a similar buffering effect of social support for AIDS patients. People with social support are less depressed overall, recover faster from negative events, and are less likely to commit suicide. O. Law, and Lee, 2009, Bertera. 72 Levy, B., and Myers, L. 2005. Relationship between respiratory mortality and self-perceptions of aging. Psychology and Health. 20, 5, 553, 564. doi, 101080/14768320500066381, Levy, B., Slade, M., and Castle, S. 2002. Longitudinal benefit of positive self-perceptions of aging on functional health. Journals of Gerontology Series B, Psychological Sciences and Social Sciences. 57b, 5, p409. Retrieved from Academic Search Premier Database. 73. Diener, E., Nickerson, C., Lucas, R., and Sandvik, E. 2002. Dispositional Affect and Job Outcomes. Social Indicators Research. 59, 3, 229. Retrieved from Academic Search Premier Database. 74. Brongart, J. M., Ploman, R., DeFries, J. C., and Fulker, D. W. 1992. Genetic influence on tester-rated infant temperament as assessed by Bailey's Infant Behavior Record, non-adoptive and adoptive siblings and twins. Developmental Psychology. 28, 1, 40, 47, Licken, D.T. 2000. Happiness, the Nature and Nurture of Joy and Contentment. New York, New York, Street. Martins Press. 75. Diener, E., Sue, E. M., Lucas, R. E., and Smith, H. L. 1999. Subjective Well-Being, 3 Decades of Progress. Psychological Bulletin, 125, 2, 276, 302, Diener, E., Tamir, M., and Scullin, C. N. 2006. happiness, life satisfaction and fulfillment, the social psychology of subjective well-being. In P. A. M. Van Lang, edition, Bridging Social Psychology, Benefits of Transdisciplinary Approaches. Mawa, N.J., Lawrence Erlbaum Associates. 76. Pew Research Center, 2006, February 13. Are we happy yet? Retrieved from /research.org/pubs/301/Are we happy yet? 77. Leary, M.R. 1990. Responses to social exclusion, social anxiety, jealousy, loneliness, depression, and low self-esteem. Journal of Social and Clinical Psychology, 9, 2-21-29. 78. Koopman, C., Hermanson, K., Diamond, S., Angel, K., and Spiegel, D. 1998. Social Support, Life Stress, Pain, and Emotional Adjustment to Advanced Breast Cancer. Psycho-Oncology, 7, 2-101-110. 79. Ashton, E., Vesvik, M., Chesney, M., Gorfelton, C., Koopman, C., O'Shea, K., Spiegel, D. 2005. Social Support and Maladaptive Coping as Predictors of the Change in Physical Health Symptoms Among Persons Living with HIV/AIDS. AIDS. Patient Care and STDs, 19, 9, 587-598. doi, 10-1089/APC 2005-19-587. 420. 2007, Compton, Thompson, and Caslow, 2005, Skersitter, Langius, Agron, Hagstrom, and Denker, 2005. 80. Social support buffers us against stress in several ways. For one, having people we can trust and rely on helps us directly by allowing us to share favors when we need them. These are the direct effects of social support. But having people around us also makes us feel good about ourselves. These are the appreciation effects of social support. Jenkos and Oslil, 2004, 81 found that students with more friends felt less stress and reported that their friends helped them, but they also reported that having friends made them feel better about themselves. Again, you can see that the tend and befriend response, so often used by women, is an important and effective way to reduce stress. 10.4.2 What makes us happy? Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. One difficulty that people face when trying to improve their happiness is that they may not always know what will make them happy. As one example, many of us think that if we just had more money we would be happier. While it is true that we do need money to afford food and adequate shelter for ourselves and our families, after this minimum level of wealth is reached, more money does not generally buy more happiness, as Turlin, 2005. 82. For instance, as you can see in even though income and material success has improved dramatically in many countries over the past decades, happiness has not. Despite tremendous economic growth in France, Japan, and the United States between 1946 to 1990, there was no increase in reports of well-being by the citizens of these countries. Americans today have about 3 times the buying power they had in the 1950s, and yet overall happiness has not increased. The problem seems to be that we never seem to have enough money to make us really happy. Csikszent Mihalyi, 1999, 83 reported that people who earned $30,000 per year felt that they would be happier if they made $50,000 per year, but that people who earned $100,000 per year said that they would need $250,000 per year to make them happy. 80. O. A. Law, S. and Lee, M. 2009. Suicide ideation and depression, the moderation effects of family cohesion and social self-concept. Adolescence, 44, 176, 851, 868. Retrieved from Academic Search Premier Database, Bertera, E. 2007. The role of positive and negative social exchanges between adolescents, their peers and family as predictors of suicide ideation. Child and Adolescent Social Work Journal, 24, 6, 523, 538. doi, 10-107560-007-0104, Compton, M. Thompson, N., and Caslow, N. 2005. Social environment factors associated with suicide attempt among low-income African Americans, the protective role of family relationships and social support. Social psychiatry and psychiatric epidemiology, 43, 175, 185. doi, 10-1017/S00127-005-0865-6, Skersitter, I, Langius, A, Agron, H, Hagstrom, L, and Denker, K. 2005. Sense of coherence and social support in relation to recovery in first episode patients with major depression, a 1-year prospective study. International Journal of Mental Health Nursing, 14, 4, 258-64. doi, 10-1111/. J1440-0979-2005-00390X. 81. Genkaz, T., and Oslil, Y. 2004. Direct and indirect effects of social support on psychological well-being, social behavior and personality, an international journal, 32, 5, 449, 458. 82. Osterlin, R. 2005. Feeding the Illusion of Growth and Happiness, a reply to Haggerty and Veenhoven. Social Indicators. Research, 74, 3, 429, 443. doi, 10-11205004-6170, Z. 83. Csikszent Mihalyi, M. 1999. If we are so rich, why aren't we happy? American Psychologist, 54, 10, 821, 827. 421. Figure 10.8 Income and happiness. Although personal income keeps rising, happiness does not. By Laird, R. 2005. Happiness, Lessons from a New Science. New York, Penguin. These findings might lead us to conclude that we don't always know what does or what might make us happy, and this seems to be at least partially true. For instance, Jean Twenge and her colleagues, Twenge, Campbell and Foster, 2003, 84 have found in several studies that although people with children frequently claim that having children makes them happy, couples who do not have children actually report being happier than those who do. Psychologists have found that people's ability to predict their future emotional states is not very accurate. Wilson and Gilbert, 2005. 85. For one, people overestimate their emotional reactions to events. Although people think that positive and negative events that might occur to them will make a huge difference in their lives, and although these changes do make at least some difference in life satisfaction, they tend to be less influential than we think they are going to be. Positive events tend to make us feel good, but their effects wear off pretty quickly, and the same is true for negative events. For instance, Brickman, Coates, and Janoff Bowman, 1978, 86 interviewed people who had won more than $50,000 in a lottery and found that they were not happier than they had been in the past, and were also not happier than a control group of 84. Twenge, J.M., Campbell, W.K., and Foster, C.A. 2003. Parenthood and Marital Satisfaction, a Meta-Analytic Review. Journal of Marriage and Family, 65, 3, 574, 583. 85. Wilson, T.D., and Gilbert, D.T. 2005. Effective Forecasting, Knowing What to Want. Current Directions in Psychological Science, 14, 3, 131-134. 86. Brickman, P., Coates, D., and Janoff Bowman, R. 1978. Lottery Winners and Accident Victims, Is Happiness Relative? Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 36, 8, 917-927. 422. Similar people who had not won the lottery. On the other hand, the researchers found that individuals who were paralyzed as a result of accidents were not as unhappy as might be expected. How can this possibly be? There are several reasons. For one, people are resilient. They bring their coping skills to play when negative events occur, and this makes them feel better. Secondly, most people do not continually experience very positive, or very negative, effect over a long period of time, but rather adapt to their current circumstances. Just as we enjoy the second chocolate bar, we eat less than we enjoy the first. As we experience more and more positive outcomes in our daily lives, we habituate to them, and our life satisfaction returns to a more moderate level. Small. Zaderer, Dagger, Evans, and Jones Gottman, 2001. 87. Another reason that we may mispredict our happiness is that our social comparisons change when our own status changes as a result of new events. People who are wealthy compare themselves to other wealthy people. People who are poor tend to compare with other poor people, and people who are ill tend to compare with other ill people. When our comparisons change, our happiness levels are correspondingly influenced. And when people are asked to predict their future emotions, they may focus only on the positive or negative event they are asked about, and forget about all the other things that won't change. Wilson, Wheatley, Myers, Gilbert, and Axum, 2088 found that when people were asked to focus on all the more regular things that they will still be doing in the future, working, going to church, socializing with family and friends, and so forth, their predictions about how something really good or bad would influence them were less extreme. If pleasure is fleeting, at least misery shares some of the same quality. We might think we can't be happy if something terrible, such as the loss of a partner or child, were to happen to us, but after a period of adjustment most people find that happiness levels return to prior levels. Bonanno et Alabama, 2002. 89 Health concerns tend to put a damper on our feeling of well-being, and those with a serious disability or illness show slightly lowered mood levels. But even when health is compromised, levels of misery are lower than most people expect. Lucas, 2007, Reese et Alabama, 2005. 90 For instance, although disabled individuals have more concern about health, safety, and acceptance in the community, they still experience overall positive happiness levels. Marini C. and Brickleja IC. 2008, 91 Taken together, it has been estimated that our wealth, health, and life circumstances account for only 15% to 20% of life satisfaction scores. Argyle, 1999. 92. 87. Small, D.M., Zaderer, R.J., Dagger, A., Evans, A.C., and Jones Gottman, M. 2001. Changes in brain activity related to eating chocolate, from pleasure to aversion. Brain, 124, 9, 17 2017 33. 88. Wilson, T.D., Wheatley, T., Myers, J.M., Gilbert, D.T., and Axum, D. 2000. Focalism, a source of durability bias in affective forecasting. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 78, 5, 821, 836. 89. Bonanno, G. A., Wortman, C. B., Lehman, D. R., Tweed, R. G., Herring, M., Sonega, J., Ness, R. M. 2002. Resilience to Loss and Chronic Grief, a prospective study from pre-loss to 18 months post-loss. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 83, 5, 1150-1164. 90. Lucas, R. 2007. Long-term disability is associated with lasting changes in subjective well-being, evidence from 2 nationally representative longitudinal studies. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 92, 4, 717, 730. Retrieved from Academic Search Premier Database, Rees, J., Barron, J., Lowenstein, G., Jepson, C., Fagerlin, A., and Ubel, P. 2005. Ignorance of Hedonic Adaptation to Hemodialysis, a Study Using Ecological Momentary Assessment. Journal of Experimental Psychology/General, 134, 1, 3, 9. doi, 10.1037/0096, 3445 13413. 91. Marini C., M., and Perklja, I. C., T. 2008. Love over Gold: The Correlation of Happiness Level with Some Life Satisfaction Factors Between Persons with and Without Physical Disability. Journal of Developmental and Physical Disabilities, 26, 527-540. doi, 10-17882-008-9115-7. 92. Argyle, M. 1999. Causes and Correlates of Happiness. In D. Kahneman, E. Diener, and N. Swartz, eds. Well-Being, The Foundations of Hedonic Psychology. New York, New York, Russell Sage Foundation. 423. Clearly the main ingredient in happiness lies beyond, or perhaps beneath, external factors. Key takeaways. Positive thinking can be beneficial to our health. Optimism, self-efficacy, and hardiness all relate to positive health. Outcomes. Happiness is determined in part by genetic factors, but also by the experience of social support. People may not always know what will make them happy. Material wealth plays only a small role in determining happiness. Exercises and critical thinking. 1. Are you a happy person? Can you think of ways to increase your positive emotions? 2. Do you know what will make you happy? Do you believe that material wealth is not as important as you might have thought it would be? 10.52 Fundamental Human Motivations, Eating and Mating. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Learning Objectives. 1. Understand the biological and social responses that underlie eating behavior. 2. Understand the psychological and physiological responses that underlie sexual behavior. 10.5.1 Eating, Healthy Choices Make Healthy Lives. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Along with the need to drink fresh water, which humans can normally attain in all Except the most extreme situations, the need for food is the most fundamental and important human need. 424. More than 1 in 10 U.S. households contain people who live without enough nourishing food, and this lack of proper nourishment has profound effects on their abilities to create effective lives. Hunger Notes, ND 93. When people are extremely hungry, their motivation to attain food completely changes their behavior. Hungry people become listless and apathetic to save energy, and then become completely obsessed with food. Ansel Keys and his colleagues, Keys, Bro, E.K., Henschel, Michelson, and Taylor, 1950-94, found that volunteers who were placed on severely reduced calorie diets lost all interest in sex and social activities, becoming preoccupied with food. Like most interesting psychological phenomena, the simple behavior of eating has both biological and social determinants. Figure 10.9. Biologically, hunger is controlled by the interactions among complex pathways in the nervous system and a variety of hormonal and chemical systems in the brain and body. The stomach is, of course, important. We feel more hungry when our stomach is empty than when it is full. But we can also feel hunger even without input from the stomach. 2 areas of the hypothalamus are known to be particularly important in eating. The lateral part of the hypothalamus responds primarily to cues to start eating, whereas the ventromedial part of the hypothalamus primarily responds to cues to stop eating. If the lateral part of the hypothalamus is damaged, the animal will not eat even if food is present. Whereas if the ventromedial part of the hypothalamus is damaged, the animal will eat until it is obese. Wolf and Miller, 1964. 95. 93. Hunger Notes. ND. How many children are hungry in the United States? Retrieved from http://www.worldhunger.org. Articles/04/editorials/hungry_us_children htm. 94. Keys, A. Bro, E.K., J. Henschel, A. Michelson, O. and Taylor, H.L. 1950. The Biology of Human Starvation, Vols 1, 2. Oxford, England, University of Minnesota Press. 95. Wolf, G., and Miller, N.E. 1964. Lateral hypothalamic lesions, effects on drinking elicited by carbachol in preoptic area, and posterior hypothalamus. Science, 143, whole number 3606, 585, 587. 425. Figure 10.9. Biological, psychological, and social cultural contributors to eating. Hunger is also determined by hormone levels. Figure 10.10. Glucose is the main sugar that the body uses for energy, and the brain monitors blood glucose levels to determine hunger. Glucose levels in the bloodstream are regulated by insulin, a hormone secreted by the pancreas gland. When insulin is low, glucose is not taken up by body cells, and the body begins to use Fa-T as an energy source. Eating and appetite are also influenced by other hormones, including orexin, ghrelin, and leptin. Brennan and Mantsotos, 2006, Nakazato et Alabama, 2001. 96. Brennan, A.M., and Mantsotos, C.S. 2006. Drug Insight, The Role of Leptin in Human Physiology and Pathophysiology. Emerging Clinical Applications. Nature Clinical Practice Endocrinology Metabolism, 2, 6, 318, 27. doi, 10.10.38/. Nkbendmit 0196, Nakazato, M., Murakami, N., Date, Y., Kojima, M., Matsuo, H., Kangawa, K., and Matsukura S. 2001. A role for ghrelin in the central regulation of feeding. Nature, 409, 6817, 194, 198. 426. Figure 10.10. Eating is influenced by the appetite hormones insulin, secreted by the pancreas, controls blood glucose, leptin, secreted by fat cells, monitors energy levels, orexin, secreted by the hypothalamus, triggers hunger, ghrelin, secreted by an empty stomach, increases food intake. Normally the interaction of the various systems that determine hunger creates a balance or homeostasis in which we eat when we are hungry and stop eating when we feel full. But homeostasis varies among people. Some people simply weigh more than others, and there is little they can do to change their fundamental weight. Weight is determined in large part by the basal metabolic rate, the amount of energy expended while at rest. Each person's basal metabolic rate is different, due to his or her unique physical makeup and physical behavior. A naturally occurring low metabolic rate, which is determined entirely by genetics, makes weight management a very difficult undertaking for many people. How we eat is also influenced by our environment. When researchers rigged clocks to move faster, people got hungrier and ate more, as if they thought they must be hungry again because so much time had passed since they last ate. Schachter, 1968. 427. 97. And if we forget that we have already eaten, we are likely to eat again even if we are not actually hungry. Rosen, Dow, Moscovich, and Rajaram, 1998. 98. Cultural norms about appropriate weights also influence eating behaviors. Current norms for women in Western societies are based on a very thin body ideal, emphasized by television and movie actresses, models, and even children's dolls, such as the ever-popular Barbie. These norms for excessive thinness are very difficult for most women to attain. Barbie's measurements, if translated to human proportions, would be about 36 in, 18 in, 33 in. At bust, waist, hips, measurements that are attained by less than 1 in 100,000 women. Norton, Olds, Olive, and Dank, 1996. 99. Many women idealize being thin and yet are unable to reach the standard that they prefer. Eating disorders. In some cases, the desire to be thin can lead to eating disorders, which are estimated to affect about 1 million males and 10 million females. The United States alone, Hoek and Van Hoeken, 2003, Patrick, 2002. 100 Anorexia nervosa is an eating disorder characterized by extremely low body weight, distorted body image, and an obsessive fear of gaining weight. 9 out of 10 sufferers are women. Anorexia begins with a severe weight loss diet and develops into a preoccupation with food and dieting. Bulimia nervosa is an eating disorder characterized by binge eating followed by purging. Bulimia nervosa begins after the eater has broken a diet and gorged. Bulimia involves repeated episodes of overeating, followed by vomiting, laxative use, fasting, or excessive exercise. It is most common in women in their late teens or early 20s, and it is often accompanied by depression and anxiety, particularly around the time of the binging. The cycle in which the person eats to feel better, but then after eating becomes concerned about weight gain and purges, repeats itself over and over again, often with major psychological and physical results. Eating disorders are in part heritable. Klump, Bert, McHugh, and Iacono, 2007, 101. And it is not impossible that at least some have been selected through their evolutionary significance in coping with food shortages. Geisinger, 2008. 102 Eating disorders are also related psychological causes, including low self-esteem, perfectionism, and the perception that one's body weight is too high. Voss et Alabama, 2001, 103, as well as to cultural norms about body weight and eating. Crandall, 1988. 104 Because eating disorders can create profound negative health outcomes, including death, people who suffer from them should seek treatment. This treatment is often quite effective. 97. Schachter, S. 1968. Obesity and Eating. Science, 161, 3843, 751, 756. 98. Rosen, P., Dow, S., Moscovich, M., and Rajaram, S. 1998. What causes humans to begin and end a meal? A role for memory for what has been eaten, as evidenced by a study of multiple meal eating in amnesic patients. Psychological Science, 9, 5, 392, 396. 99. Norton, K.I., Olds, T.S., Olive, S., and Dank, S. 1996. Ken and Barbie at Life Size. Sex Roles, 34, 3, 4, to 87 to 94. 100. Hoek, H. W., and Van Hoeken, D. 2003. Review of the Prevalence and Incidence of Eating Disorders. International Journal of Eating Disorders, 34, 4, 383, 396, Patrick, L. 2002. Eating Disorders, a review of the literature with emphasis on medical complications and clinical nutrition. Alternative Medicine Review, 7, 3, 184, 202. 101. Klump, K.L., Burt, S.A., McGew, M., and Iacono, W.G. 2007. Changes in Genetic and Environmental Influences on Disordered Eating Across Adolescence, a Longitudinal Twin Study. Archives of General Psychiatry, 64, 12, 1409-1415. 102. Geisinger, S. 2008. Competing Paradigms for Anorexia Nervosa. American Psychologist, 63, 3, 199-200. 103. Voss, K.D., Voles, Z.R., Pettit, J.W., Bardun, A.M., Katz, J., Abramson, L.Y., Joyner, T.E., Jr. 2001. Perfectionism, Body, Dissatisfaction, and Self-Esteem, an Interactive Model of Bulimic Symptom Development. Journal of Social and Clinical Psychology, 20, 4, 476, 497. 104. Crandall, C.S. 1988. Social Contagion of Binge Eating. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 55, 4, 588, 598. 428. 10.5.2 Obesity. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Although some people eat too little, eating too much is also a major problem. Obesity is a medical condition in which so much excess body fat has accumulated in the body that it begins to have an adverse impact on health. In addition to causing people to be stereotyped and treated less positively by others, Crandall, Merman, and Hebl, 2009, 105. Uncontrolled obesity leads to health problems including cardiovascular disease, diabetes, sleep apnea, arthritis, Alzheimer's disease, and some types of cancer. Gustafsson, Rothenberg, Bleno, Stein, and Skoog, 2003. 106. Obesity also reduces life expectancy. Haslam and James, 2005. 107. Obesity is determined by calculating the body mass index, BMI, a measurement that compares one's weight and height. People are defined as overweight when their BMI is greater than 25 kg/m2 and as obese when it is greater than 30 kg/m2. If you know your height and weight, you can go to http://www.nhlbysupport.com/BMI to calculate your BMI. Obesity is a leading cause of death worldwide. Its prevalence is rapidly increasing, and it is one of the most serious public health problems of the 21st century. Although obesity is caused in part by genetics, it is increased by overeating and a lack of physical activity. Nessel and Jacobson, 2000, James, 2008. 108. There are really only two approaches to controlling weight: eat less and exercise more. Dieting is difficult for anyone, but it is particularly difficult for people with slow basal metabolic rates, who must cope with severe hunger to lose weight. Although most weight loss can be maintained for about a year, very few people are able to maintain substantial weight loss through dieting alone for more than 3 years. Miller, 1999. 109. Substantial weight loss of more than 50 pounds is typically seen only when weight loss surgery has been performed. Doughtus, Macy, Thabane, and Williamson, 2005. 110. Weight loss surgery reduces stomach volume or bowel length, leading to earlier satiation and reduced ability to absorb nutrients from food. Although dieting alone does not produce a great deal of weight loss over time, its effects are substantially improved when it is accompanied by more physical activity. People who exercise regularly, and particularly those who combine exercise with dieting, are less likely. 105. Crandall, C.S., Merman, A., and Hebl, M. 2009. Anti-Fat Prejudice. In T.D. Nelson, edition, Handbook of Prejudice, Stereotyping, and Discrimination, pages 469–487. New York, New York, Psychology Press. 106. Gustafson, D., Rothenberg, E., Blenow, K., Stain, B., and Skoog, I. 2003. An 18-year follow-up of Overweight and Risk of Alzheimer's Disease. Archives of Internal Medicine, 163, 13, 1524. 107. Haslam, D.W., and James, W.P. 2005. Obesity. Lancet, 366, 9492, 197–209. doi, 101016/ S01406736, 05, 67483-1. 108. Nessel, M., and Jacobson, M.F. 2000. Halting the Obesity Epidemic, a Public Health Policy Approach. Public Health Reports, 115, 1, 12, 24. doi, 101093/PHR/115-112, James, W.P. 2008. The Fundamental Drivers of the Obesity Epidemic. Obesity Review, 9, Sup. 1, 6, 13. 109. Miller, W.C. 1999. How effective are traditional dietary and exercise interventions for weight loss? Medicine and Science in Sports and Exercise, 31, 8, 1129, 1134. 110. Doughtus, J.D., Macy C., Thabane, L., and Williamson, D.F. 2005. Systematic Review of Long-Term Weight Loss Studies in Obese Adults, Clinical Significance and Applicability to Clinical Practice. International Journal of Obesity, 29, 1153, 1167. doi, 101038/SJEHO080292. 429. To Be Obese, Borer, 2008. 111 Exercise not only improves our waistline but also makes us healthier overall. Exercise increases cardiovascular capacity, lowers blood pressure, and helps improve diabetes, joint flexibility, and muscle strength. American Heart Association. 1998. 112 Exercise also slows the cognitive impairments that are associated with aging. Kramer, Erickson, and Kalkum, 2006. 113. Because the costs of exercise are immediate but the benefits are long-term, it may be difficult for people who do not exercise to get started. It is important to make a regular schedule, to work exercise into one's daily activities, and to view exercise not as a cost, but as an opportunity to improve oneself. Schomer and Drake, 2001. 114 Exercising is more fun when it is done in groups, so team exercise is recommended. Kirchhoff, Elliot, Schlichting, and Chin, 2008. 115. A recent report found that only about one-half of Americans perform the 30 minutes of exercise 5 times a week that the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention suggests as the minimum healthy amount. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, 2007. 116 As for the other half of Americans, they most likely are listening to the guidelines, but they are unable to stick to the regimen. Almost half of the people who start an exercise regimen give it up by the 6-month mark. American Heart Association, 1998. 117 This is a problem, given that exercise has long-term benefits only if it is continued. 10.5.3 Sex, the most important human behavior. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Perhaps the most important aspect of human experience is the process of reproduction. Without it, none of us would be here. Successful reproduction in humans involves the coordination of a wide variety of behaviors, including courtship, sex, household arrangements, parenting, and child care. 111. Borer, K.T. 2008. How effective is exercise in producing fat loss? Kinesiology, 42, 126, 137. 112. American Heart Association. 1998. Statement on exercise, benefits, and recommendations for physical activity programs for all Americans. American Heart Association, 94, 857-862. Retrieved from //circleajournals.org/cgi/content/full/94/4/857 IJKI = 6E9 add 2E5 3BA5 B25 F9002 A707 E5 E4 B5 B8 EE015481 and Kia P2 = TF_IPSIXA. 113. Kramer, A.F., Erickson, K.I., and Kalkum, S.J. 2006. Exercise, Cognition, and the Aging Brain. Journal of Applied Physiology, 101, 4, 1237-1242. 114. Schomerer, H., and Drake, B. 2001. Physical Activity and Mental Health. International Sporteme Journal. 2, 3, 1. Retrieved from Academic Search Premier Database. 115. Kirchhoff, A., Elliott, L., Schlichting, J., and Chin, M. 2008. Strategies for Physical Activity Maintenance in African American Women. American Journal of Health Behavior, 32, 5, 517 524. Retrieved from Academic Search Premier Database. 116. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. 2007. Prevalence of regular physical activity among adults, United States, 2001-2005. Morbidity and Mortality Weekly Report, 56, 46, 1209-1212. 117. American Heart Association. 1998. Statement on Exercise, Benefits and Recommendations for Physical Activity Programs for All Americans. American Heart Association, 94, 857-862. Retrieved from //circleajournals.org/cgi/content/full/94/4/ 857, IJKI equals 6E9 add 2E5 3BA5B25F9002877E5E4B5B8EE015481 and Kia P2 equal TF_IPSIXA. 430. 10.5.4 The Experience of Sex. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. The sexual drive, with its reward of intense pleasure in orgasm, is highly motivating. The biology of the sexual response was studied in detail by Masters and Johnson. 1966, 118 who monitored or filmed more than 700 men and women while they masturbated or had intercourse. Masters and Johnson found that the sexual response cycle, the biological sexual response in humans, was very similar in men and women, and consisted of 4 stages. Excitement. The genital areas become engorged with blood. Women's breasts and nipples may enlarge and the vagina expands and secretes lubricant. Plateau. Breathing, pulse, and blood pressure increase as orgasm feels imminent. The penis becomes fully enlarged. Vaginal secretions continue and the clitoris may retract. Orgasm. Muscular contractions occur throughout the body, but particularly in the genitals. The spasmodic ejaculations of sperm are similar to the spasmodic contractions of vaginal walls, and the experience of orgasm is similar for men and women. The woman's orgasm helps position the uterus to draw sperm inward. Thornhill and Gangestad, 1995. 119. Resolution. After orgasm, the body gradually returns to its pre-aroused state. After one orgasm, men typically experience a refractory period, in which they are incapable of reaching another orgasm for several minutes, hours, or even longer. Women may achieve several orgasms before entering the resolution stage. The sexual response cycle and sexual desire are regulated by the sex hormones estrogen in women and testosterone in both women and in men. Although the hormones are secreted by the ovaries and testes, it is the hypothalamus and the pituitary glands that control the process. Estrogen levels in women vary across the menstrual cycle, peaking during ovulation. Pillsworth, Husseldon, and Buss, 2004. 120 women are more interested in having sex during ovulation but can experience high levels of sexual arousal throughout the menstrual cycle. In men, testosterone is essential to maintain sexual desire and to sustain an erection. And testosterone injections can increase sexual interest and performance. Aversa et. Alabama, 2000, Jochen Hubble et. Alabama, 2009. 121 Testosterone is also important in the female sex cycle. Women who are experiencing menopause may develop a loss of interest in sex. 118. Masters, W.H., and Johnson, V.E. 1966. Human Sexual Response. New York, New York, Bantam Books. 119. Thornhill, R., and Gangestad, S. 1995. Human female orgasm and mate fluctuating asymmetry. Animal Behavior, 50, 6. 1601. Retrieved from Academic Search Premier Database. 120. Pillsworth, E., Husseldon, M., and Buss, D. 2004. Ovulatory shifts in female sexual desire. Journal of Sex Research, 41, 1. 55-65. Retrieved from Academic Search Premier Database. 121. Aversa, A., Isidori, A., Di Martino, M., Caprio, M., Fabrini, E., Rocchietti March, M., Fabri, A. 2000. Androgens and penile erection, evidence for a direct relationship between free testosterone and cavernous vasodilation in men with erectile dysfunction. Clinical Endocrinology, 53, 4, 517-522. doi, 10-1046/J1365-2265-2000-01118X, Jochen Hubble, F. Miniman, T., Schubert, M., Freud, S., Hubler, D., Schumann, C., Ernst, M. 2009. Timetable of effects of testosterone. Administration to hypogonadal men on variables of sex and mood. Aging male, 12, 4, 113-118. doi, 103109/13685530903322858. 431. But this interest may be rekindled through estrogen and testosterone replacement treatments. Meston and Frulich, 2000. 122. Although their biological determinants and experiences of sex are similar, men and women differ substantially in their overall interest in sex, the frequency of their sexual activities, and the mates they are most interested in. Men show a more consistent interest in sex, whereas the sexual desires of women are more likely to vary over time. Baumeister, 2000. 123 Men fantasize about sex more often than women, and their fantasies are more physical and less intimate. Ligtenberg and Henning, 1995. 124 Men are also more willing to have casual sex than are women, and their standards for sex partners is lower. Peterson and Hyde, 2010, Sod, EBA, and Sajian, 2009. 125. Gender differences in sexual interest probably occur in part as a result of the evolutionary predispositions of men and women, and this interpretation is bolstered by the finding that gender differences in sexual interest are observed cross-culturally. Buss, 1989. 126 Evolutionarily, women should be more selective than men in their choices of sex partners because they must invest more time in bearing and nurturing their children than do men. Most men do help out, of course, but women simply do more. Buss and Kenrick, 1998. 127 Because they do not need to invest a lot of time in child rearing, men may be evolutionarily predisposed to be more willing and desiring of having sex with many different partners and may be less selective in their choice of mates. Women, on the other hand, because they must invest substantial effort in raising each child, should be more selective. 10.5.5 The many varieties of sexual behavior available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Sex researchers have found that sexual behavior varies widely, not only between men and women, but within each sex. Kinsey, Pomeroy, and Martin, 1948/1998, Kinsey, 1953/1998, 128 About a quarter of women report having a low sexual desire, and about 1% of people report feeling no sexual attraction whatsoever. Bogaert, 2004, Feldhaus. Dyer, 2009, West ET Alabama, 2008. 129 There are also people who experience hyperactive sexual drives. For about 3% to 6% of the population, mainly men, the sex drive is so. 122. Meston, C.M., and Frulich, P.F. 2000. The Neurobiology of Sexual Function. Archives of General Psychiatry, 57, 11. 1012, 1030. 123. Baumeister, R.F. 2000. Gender differences in erotic plasticity, the female sex drive as socially flexible and responsive. Psychological Bulletin, 126, 3, 347-374. 124. Ligtenberg, H., and Henning, K. 1995. Sexual Fantasy. Psychological Bulletin, 117, 3, 469, 496. 125. Peterson, J. L., and Hyde, J. S. 2010. A meta-analytic review of research on gender differences in sexuality, 1993-2007. Psychological Bulletin, 136, 1, 2138, Sod, G, EBA, A, and Sajian, R. 2009. Sex Differences When Searching for a Mate, A. Process Tracing Approach. Journal of Behavioral Decision Making, 22, 2, 171-190. 126. Bus, D.M. 1989. Sex Differences in Human Mate Preferences, Evolutionary Hypotheses Tested in 37 Cultures. Behavioral and Brain Sciences, 12, 1, 149. 127. Buss, D., and Kenrick, D. 1998. Evolutionary Social Psychology. In D. T. Gilbert, S. T. Fisk, and G. Lindsay, eds. Handbook of Social Psychology, 4th ed., Volume 2, pages 982-1026. Boston, Ma, McGraw-Hill. 128. Kinsey, A. C., Pomeroy, W. B., and Martin, C. E. 1998. Sexual Behavior in the Human Male. Bloomington, Indiana University Press. Original work published 1948, Kinsey, A. C. 1998. Sexual Behavior in the Human Female. Bloomington, Indiana University Press. Original work published 1953. 129. Bogaert, A. 2004. Asexuality, Prevalence and Associated Factors in a National Probability Sample. Journal of Sex. Research, 41, 3, 279-87. Retrieved from Academic Search Premier Database, Feldhausteyer, M. 2009. The Causes and Prevalence of Hypoactive Sexual Desire Disorder, Part I. Urologic Nursing, 29, 4, 259-63. Retrieved from Academic Search Premier Database, West, S.L., D'Aloisio, A.A., Agans, R.P., Kalsbeek, W.D., Borisov, N.N., and Thorpe, J.M. 2008. Prevalence of Low Sexual Desire and Hypoactive Sexual Desire Disorder in a Nationally Representative Sample of U.S. Women. Archives of Internal Medicine, 168, 13, 1441, 1449. 432. Strong that it dominates life experience. A ND may lead to hyperactive sexual desire disorder. Kingston and Firestone, 2008. 130. There is also variety in sexual orientation, which is the direction of our sexual desire toward pipa if theopositesex, pipa if the same sex, or pipa if both sexes. The vast majority of human beings have a heterosexual orientation. Their sexual desire is focused toward members of the opposite sex. A smaller minority is primarily homosexual, i.e., they have sexual desire for members of their own sex. Between 3% and 4% of men are gay, and between 1% and 2% of women are lesbian. Another 1% of the population reports being bisexual, having desires for both sexes. The love and sexual lives of homosexuals are little different from those of heterosexuals, except where their behaviors are constrained by cultural norms and local laws. As with heterosexuals, some gays and lesbians are celibate, some are promiscuous, but most are in committed, long-term relationships. Laman, Gagnon, Michael, and Michaels. 1994, 131. Although homosexuality has been practiced as long as records of human behavior have been kept, and occurs in many animals at least as frequently as it does in humans, cultures nevertheless vary substantially in their attitudes toward it. In Western societies such as the United States and Europe, attitudes are becoming progressively more tolerant of homosexuality, but it remains unacceptable in many other parts of the world. The American Psychiatric Association no longer considers homosexuality to be a mental illness, although it did so until 1973. Because prejudice against gays and lesbians can lead to experiences of ostracism, depression, and even suicide. Culkin, Chauvin, and Perkel, 2000, 132. These improved attitudes can benefit the everyday lives of gays, lesbians, and bisexuals. Whether sexual orientation is driven more by nature or by nurture has received a great deal of research attention, and research has found that sexual orientation is primarily biological. Mustansky, Chivers, and Bailey, 2002. 133 areas of the hypothalamus are different in homosexual men, as well as in animals with homosexual tendencies, than they are in heterosexual members of the species, and these differences are in directions such that gay men are more similar to women than are straight men. Gladue, 1994, Lasco, Jordan, Edgar, Petito, and Byrne, 2002, Rahman and Wilson, 2003. 134. Twin studies also support the idea that there is a genetic component to sexual orientation. Among male identical twins, 52% of those with a gay brother also reported homosexuality, whereas the rate in fraternal twins was just 22%. Bailey et. Alabama. 1999, Pillard and Bailey, 1998. 135. There is also evidence that sexual orientation is 130. Kingston, D.A., and Firestone, P. 2008. Problematic hypersexuality, a review of conceptualization and diagnosis. Sexual addictions and compulsivity, 15, to 84. 310. 131. Laman, E.O., Gagnon, J.H., Michael, R.T., and Michaels, S. 1994. The Social Organization of Sexuality in the United States. Chicago, Illinois, University of Chicago Press. 132. Culkin, H.S., Chauvin, E.A., and Perkel, G.A. 2000. Suicide Among Gay and Lesbian Adolescents and Young Adults, A Review of the Literature. Journal of Homosexuality, 40, 1, 129. 133. Mustansky, B.S., Chivers, M.L., and Bailey, J.M. 2002. A Critical Review of Recent Biological Research on Human Sexual Orientation. Annual Review of Sex Research, 13, 89, 140. 134. Gladue, B.A. 1994. The Biopsychology of Sexual Orientation. Current Directions in Psychological Science, 3, 5, 150-154. Lasco, M., Jordan, T., Edgar, M., Petito, C., and Bine, W. 2002. A Lack of Dimorphism of Sex or Sexual Orientation in the Human Anterior Commissure. Brain Research, 936, 1/2, 95, Rahman, Q., and Wilson, G.D. 2003. Born Gay? The Psychobiology of Human Sexual Orientation. Personality and Individual Differences, 34, 8, 1337-1382. 135. Bailey, J., Pillard, R., Dogwood, K., Miller, M., Ferrer, L., Shruti Trivedi, L., Murphy, R. L. 1999. A Family History Study of Male Sexual Orientation using 3 independent samples. Behavior Genetics, 29, 2, 79, 86. Retrieved from Academic Search Premier Database, Pillard, R., and Bailey, J. 1998. Human sexual orientation has a heritable component. Human Biology, 70, 2, 347. Retrieved from Academic Search Premier Database. 433. Influenced by exposure and responses to sex hormones, Hirschberger and Segel, 2004. Williams and Pepitone, 2000. 136. Psychology in Everyday Life, Regulating Emotions to Improve Our Health. Although smoking cigarettes, drinking alcohol, using recreational drugs, engaging in unsafe sex, and eating too much may produce enjoyable positive emotions in the short term, they are some of the leading causes of negative health outcomes and even death in the long term. Mokdad, Marx, Stroop, and Gerberding, 2004. 137. To avoid these negative outcomes, we must use our cognitive resources to plan, guide, and restrain our behaviors. And we, like Captain Sullenberger, can also use our emotion regulation skills to help us do better. Even in an age where the addictive and detrimental health effects of cigarette smoking are well understood, more than 60% of children try smoking before they are 18 years old, and more than half who have smoked have tried and failed to quit. Fryer, Marino, Hirsch, and Porter. 2009, 138. Although smoking is depicted in movies as sexy and alluring, it is highly addictive and probably the most dangerous thing we can do to our body. Poor diet and physical inactivity combine to make up the second greatest threat to our health. But we can improve our diet by eating more natural and less processed food, and by monitoring our food intake. And we can start and maintain an exercise program. Exercise keeps us happier, improves fitness, and leads to better health and lower mortality. Fogelholm, 2010, Galper, Trivedi, Barlow, Dunn, and Kempert, 2006, Hassman, Koivula, and Utella. 2000, 139. An exercise also has a variety of positive influences on our cognitive processes, including academic performance. Hillman, Erickson, and Kramer, 2008. 140. Alcohol abuse, and particularly binge drinking, i.e., having 5 or more drinks in one sitting, is often the norm among high school and college students, but it has severe negative health consequences. Binging leads to deaths from car crashes, drowning, falls, gunshots, and alcohol poisoning. Valencia. 136. Hirschberger, S., and Segel, N., 2004. The cognitive, behavioral, and personality profiles of a male monozygotic triplet set. Discordant for sexual orientation. Archives of Sexual Behavior, 33, 5, 497 514. Retrieved from Academic Search Premier. Database, Williams, T., and Pepitone, M. 2000, Finger Length Ratios and Sexual Orientation. Nature, 404, 455. 137. Mopdad, A.H., Marks, J.S., Stroop, D.F., and Gerberding, J.L. 2004. Actual Causes of Death in the United States. 2000. Journal of the American Medical Association, 291, 10, 1238-1240. 138. Fryer, C.D., Marino, M.C., Hirsch, R., and Porter, K.S. 2009. Smoking, alcohol use, and illicit drug use reported by adolescents aged 12-17 years, United States, 1999-2004 National Health Statistics Reports, 15, 1, 23. 139. Fogelholm, M. 2010. Physical Activity, Fitness and Fatness, Relations to Mortality, Morbidity and Disease Risk Factors. A Systematic Review. Obesity Reviews, 11, 3, 202-21. doi, 101111/J1467-789X 2009-000653X, Galper, D. Trivedi, M., Barlow, C., Dunn, A., and Kempert, J. 2006. Inverse association between physical inactivity and mental health in men and women. Medicine and Science in Sports and Exercise, 38, 1, 173, 178. doi 101249/. 01 MSS 000018088833211628, Hassman, P., Koivula, N., and Utella, A. 2000. Physical exercise and psychological well-being, a population study in Finland. Preventive Medicine, an international journal devoted to practice and theory, 31, 17, 25. 140. Hillman, C. H., Erickson, K. I., and Kramer, A. F. 2008. Be smart, exercise your heart, exercise effects on brain and cognition. Nature Reviews Neuroscience, 9, 1, 58, 65. 434. Martin, Gallen, and Rodriguez Ardillo, 2008. 141. Binge drinking. Students are also more likely to be involved in other risky behaviors, such as smoking, drug use, dating violence, or attempted suicide. Miller, Namey, Brewer, and Jones, 2007. 142. Binge drinking may also damage neural pathways in the brain, McQueenie et. Alabama, 2009, 143. And lead to lifelong alcohol abuse and dependency, Kim et. Alabama, 2008. 144. Illicit drug use has also been increasing and is linked to the spread of infectious diseases such as HIV, hepatitis B, and hepatitis C. Monteiro, 2001. 145. Some teens abstain from sex entirely, particularly those who are very religious, but most experiment with it. About half of U.S. children under 18 report having had intercourse, a rate much higher than in other parts of the world. Although sex is fun, it can also kill us if we are not careful. Sexual activity can lead to guilt about having engaged in the act itself, and may also lead to unwanted pregnancies and sexually transmitted infections, STIs, including HIV infection. Alcohol consumption also leads to risky sexual behavior. Sex partners who have been drinking are less likely to practice safe sex and have an increased risk of STIs, including HIV infection. Hutton, McCall, Santora, and Elding 2008, Raj et. Alabama, 2009. 146. It takes some work to improve and maintain our health and happiness, and our desire for the positive emotional experiences that come from engaging in dangerous behaviors can get in the way of this work. But being aware of the dangers, working to control our emotions, and using our resources to engage in healthy behaviors and avoid unhealthy ones are the best things we can do for ourselves. Key takeaways. Biologically, hunger is controlled by the interactions among complex pathways in the nervous system and a variety of hormonal and chemical systems in the brain and body. 141. Valencia Martin, J., Gallen, I., and Rodriguez Ardillo, F. 2008. The Joint Association of Average Volume of Alcohol and binge drinking with hazardous driving behavior and traffic crashes. Addiction, 103-5-749-757. doi, 101111/ J1360-0443-2008-02-165X. 142. Miller, J., Namey, T., Brewer, R., and Jones, S. 2007. Binge drinking and associated health risk behaviors among high school students. Pediatrics, 119, 176-85. doi, 101542/peds 2006-15-17. 143. McQueenie, T., Schweinsberg, B., Schweinsberg, A., Jacobus, J., Baba, S., Frank, L., Tappert, S.F. 2009. Altered white matter integrity in adolescent binge drinkers. Alcoholism, Clinical and Experimental Research, 33, 7. 1278-1285. doi, 101111/J1530-0277-2009-00953X. 144. Kim, J., Singh, L., Chow, J., Law, J., Tsang, A., Choi, J., Griffiths, S.M. 2008. Prevalence and the factors associated with binge drinking, alcohol abuse, and alcohol dependence, a population-based study of Chinese adults in Hong Kong. Alcohol and Alcoholism, 43, 3, 360-370. doi, 101093/ALCALC/AGM181. 145. Monteiro, M. 2001. A World Health Organization Perspective on Alcohol and Illicit Drug Use and Health. European Addiction Research, 7, 3, 98-103. doi, 101159/000050727. 146. Hutton, H., McCall, M., Santora, P., and Erblding, E. 2008. The relationship between recent alcohol use and sexual behaviors, gender differences among sexually transmitted disease clinic patients. Alcoholism, Clinical and Experimental Research, 32, 11, 2008-2015, Raj, A., Reed, E., Santana, M., Wally, A., Wells, S., Horsberg, C., Silverman, J.G. 2009. The associations of binge alcohol use with HIV/ST risk and diagnosis among heterosexual African American men. Drug and Alcohol Dependence, 101, 1/2, 101-106. 435. How we eat is also influenced by our environment, including social norms about appropriate body size. Homeostasis varies among people and is determined by the basal metabolic rate. Low metabolic rates, which are determined entirely by genetics, make weight management a very difficult undertaking. For many people, eating disorders, including anorexia nervosa and bulimia nervosa, affect more than 10 million people, mostly women, in the United states alone. Obesity is a medical condition in which so much excess body fat has accumulated in the body that it begins to have an adverse impact on health. Uncontrolled obesity leads to health problems including cardiovascular disease, diabetes, sleep apnea, arthritis, and some types of cancer. The two approaches to controlling weight are to eat less and exercise more. Sex drive is regulated by the sex hormones estrogen in women and testosterone in both women and men. Although their biological determinants and experiences of sex are similar, men and women differ substantially in their overall interest in sex, the frequency of their sexual activities, and the mates they are most interested in. Sexual behavior varies widely, not only between men and women, but also within each sex. There is also variety in sexual orientation, toward people of the opposite sex, people of the same sex, or people of both sexes. The determinants of sexual orientation are primarily biological. We can outweigh stress, obesity, and other health risks through appropriate healthy action, exercise, and critical thinking. 1. Consider your own eating and sex patterns. Are they healthy or unhealthy? What can you do to improve them? 436. 10.6 Chapter Summary. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Affect guides behavior, helps us make decisions, and has a major impact on our mental and physical health. Affect is guided by arousal, our experiences of the bodily responses created by the sympathetic division of the autonomic nervous system. Emotions are the mental and physiological feeling states that direct our attention and guide our behavior. The most fundamental emotions, known as the basic emotions, are those of anger, disgust, fear, happiness, sadness, and surprise. A variety of secondary emotions are determined by the process of cognitive appraisal. The distinction between the primary and the secondary emotions is paralleled by two brain pathways, a fast pathway and a slow pathway. There are three primary theories of emotion, each supported by research evidence. The Kennan Bard theory of emotion proposed that the experience of an emotion is accompanied by physiological arousal. The James Lang theory of emotion proposes that our experience of an emotion is the result of the arousal that we experience. The two-factor theory of emotion asserts that the experience of emotion is determined by the intensity of the arousal we are experiencing, but that the cognitive appraisal of the situation determines what the emotion will be. When people incorrectly label the source of the arousal that they are experiencing, we say that they have misattributed their arousal. We communicate and perceive emotion in part through nonverbal communication and through facial expressions. The facial feedback hypothesis proposes that we also experience emotion in part through our own facial expressions. Stress refers to the physiological responses that occur when an organism fails to respond appropriately to emotional or physical threats. When it is extreme or prolonged, stress can create substantial health problems. The general adaptation syndrome describes the three phases of physiological change that occur in response to long-term stress: alarm, resistance, and exhaustion. Stress creates a long-term negative effect on the body by activating the HPA axis, which produces the stress hormone cortisol. The HPA reactions to persistent stress lead to a weakening of the immune system. Chronic stress is also a major contributor to heart disease. The stress that we experience in our everyday lives, including daily hassles, can be taxing. People who experience strong negative emotions as a result of these hassles exhibit more negative stress responses than those who react in a less negative way. On average, men are more likely than are women to respond to stress by activating the fight or flight response, whereas women are more likely to respond using the tend and befriend response. Attempting to ignore or suppress our stressors is not effective, in part because it is difficult to do. It is healthier to let out the negative thoughts and feelings by expressing 437 them, either to ourselves or to others. It is easier to respond to stress if we can interpret it in more positive ways, for instance, as a challenge rather than a threat. The ability to successfully control our emotions is known as emotion regulation. Regulating emotions takes effort, but the ability to do so can have important positive health outcomes. The best antidote for stress is to think positively, have fun, and enjoy the company of others. People who express optimism, self-efficacy, and hardiness cope better with stress and experience better health overall. Happiness is determined in part by genetic factors such that some people are naturally happier than others, but it is also facilitated by social support, our positive social relationships with others. People do not often know what will make them happy. After a minimum level of wealth is reached, more money does not generally buy more happiness. Although people think that positive and negative events will make a huge difference in their lives, and although these changes do make at least some difference in life satisfaction, they tend to be less influential than we think they are going to be. A motivation is a driving force that initiates and directs behavior. Motivations are often considered in psychology in terms of drives and goals, with the goal of maintaining homeostasis. Eating is a primary motivation determined by hormonal and social factors. Cultural norms about appropriate weights influence eating behaviors. The desire to be thin can lead to eating disorders including anorexia nervosa and bulimia nervosa. Uncontrolled obesity leads to health problems including cardiovascular disease, diabetes, sleep apnea, arthritis, Alzheimer's disease, and some types of cancer. It is a leading preventable cause of death worldwide. The two approaches to controlling weight are eating less and exercising more. Sex is a fundamental motivation that involves the coordination of a wide variety of behaviors, including courtship, sex, household arrangements, parenting, and child care. The sexual response cycle is similar in men and women. The sex hormone testosterone is particularly important for sex drive, in both men and women. Sexual behavior varies widely, not only between men and women but within each sex. The vast majority of human beings have a heterosexual orientation, but a smaller minority is primarily homosexual or bisexual. The love and sexual lives of homosexuals and bisexual are little different from those of heterosexuals, except where their behaviors are constrained by cultural norms and local laws. 438. Chapter 11 Personality 11.1 Identical twins reunited after 35 years. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Identical twins reunited after 35 years. Paula Bernstein and Elise Shine were identical twins who were adopted into separate families immediately after their births in 1968. It was only at the age of 35 that the twins were reunited and discovered how similar they were to each other. Paula Bernstein grew up in a happy home in suburban New York. She loved her adopted parents and older brother and even wrote an article titled "Why I Don't Want to Find My Birth Mother." Elise's childhood, also a happy one, was followed by college and then film school abroad. In 2003, 35 years after she was adopted, Elise, acting on a whim, inquired about her biological family at the adoption agency. The response came back, "You were born on October 9, 1968, at 12:51 p.m., the younger of twin girls. You've got a twin sister Paula and she's looking for you. Oh my God, I am a twin. Can you believe this? Is this really happening?" Elise cried. Elise dialed Paula's phone number. "It's almost like I'm hearing my own voice in a recorder back at me," she said. "It's funny because I feel like in a way I was talking to an old, close friend I never knew I had. We had an immediate intimacy, and yet we didn't know each other at all," Paula said. The two women met for the first time at a cafe for lunch and talked until the late evening. "We had 35 years to catch up on," said Paula. "How do you start asking somebody, 'What have you been up to since we shared a womb together?' Where do you start?" With each new detail revealed, the twins learned about their remarkable similarities. They'd both gone to graduate school in film. They both loved to write, and they had both edited their high school yearbooks. They have similar taste in music. "I think, when we met it was undeniable that we were twins. Looking at this person, you are able to gaze into your own eyes. 439. And see yourself from the outside. This identical individual has the exact same DNA and is essentially your clone. We don't have to imagine, Paula said. Now they finally feel like sisters. But it's perhaps even closer than sisters, Elise said, because we're also twins. The twins, who both now live in Brooklyn, combined their writing skills to write a book called Identical Strangers about their childhoods and their experience of discovering an identical twin in their mid-30s, Spilius, 2007, Kuntzman, 2007. 1. Elise and Paula. You can learn more about key experiences of Paula Bernstein and Elise Shine by viewing this video. One of the most fundamental tendencies of human beings is to size up other people. We say that Bill is fun, that Marion is adventurous, or that Frank is dishonest. When we make these statements, we mean that we believe that these people have stable individual characteristics, their personalities. Personality is defined as an individual's consistent patterns of feeling, thinking, and behaving. John Robbins and Pervin, 2008. 2. The tendency to perceive personality is a fundamental part of human nature, and a most adaptive one. If we see and draw accurate generalizations about what other people are normally like, we can predict how they will behave in the future, and this can help us determine how they are likely to respond in different situations. Understanding personality can also help us better understand psychological disorders and the negative behavioral outcomes they may produce. In short, personality matters because it guides behavior. In this chapter, we will consider the wide variety of personality traits found in human beings. We'll consider how and when personality influences our behavior, and how well we perceive the personalities of others. We will also consider how psychologists measure personality, and the extent to which personality is caused by nature versus nurture. The fundamental goal of personality psychologists is to understand what makes people different from each other, the study of individual differences, but they also find that people who share genes, as do Paula Bernstein and Elise Shine, have a remarkable similarity in personality. 1. Spilius, A. 2007, October 27. Identical twins reunited after 35 years. Telegraph retrieved from http://telegraph.co.uk/news/world news/1567542. Kuntzman, G. 2007, October 6. Separated twins Paula Bernstein and Elise Shine. The Brooklyn Paper. Retrieved from www.brooklynpaper.com/stories/30/39/30_39 twins HTML. 2. John, O.P., Robbins, R.W., and Pervin, L.A. 2008. Handbook of Personality Psychology, Theory and Research, 3rd ed. New York, New York, Guilford Press. 440. 11.2 Personality and Behavior, Approaches and Measurement. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http:// creative-commons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0 Learning objectives. 1. Outline and critique the early approaches to assessing personality. 2. Define and review the strengths and limitations of the trait approach to personality. 3. Summarize the measures that have been used to assess psychological disorders. Early theories assumed that personality was expressed in people's physical appearance. One early approach, developed by the German physician Franz Joseph Gall, 1758-1828, a ND known as phrenology, was based on the idea that we could measure personality by assessing the patterns of bumps on people's skulls. Figure 11. 1. In the Victorian age, phrenology was taken seriously and many people promoted its use as a source of psychological insight and self-knowledge. Machines were even developed for helping people analyze skulls. Simpson, 2005. 3. However, because careful scientific research did not validate the predictions of the theory, phrenology has now been discredited in contemporary psychology. 3. Simpson, D. 2005. Phrenology and the Neurosciences, Contributions of F. J. Gall and J. G. Spesheim. Ann's Journal of Surgery, 75, 6, 475, 482. 441. Figure 11.1 Phrenology. This definition of phrenology with a chart of the skull appeared in Webster's Academic Dictionary, circa 1895. http://wikipedia.org/wiki/file, 1895, Dictionary, Phrenology PNG. By Webster's Academic Dictionary. Another approach, known as somatology, championed by the psychologist William Herbert Sheldon, 1898-1977, was based on the idea that we could determine 442 personality from people's body types. Figure 11.2. Sheldon, 1944, argued that people with more body fat and a rounder physique, endomorphs, were more likely to be assertive and bold, whereas thinner people, ectomorphs, were more likely to be introverted and intellectual. As with phrenology, scientific research did not validate the predictions of the theory, and somatology has now been discredited in contemporary psychology. Figure 11.2 Sheldon's body types. William Sheldon erroneously believed that people with different body types had different personalities. Another approach to detecting personality is known as physiognomy, or the idea that it is possible to assess personality from facial characteristics. In contrast to phrenology and somatology, for which no research support has been found, contemporary research has found that people are able to detect some aspects of a person's character, for instance, whether they are gay or straight and whether they are Democrats or Republicans, at above chance levels by looking only at his or her face. Rule and Mbady, 2010, Rule, Mbady, Adams, and McRae, 2008, Rule, Mbady, and Hallett, 2009. 5. Despite these results, the ability to detect personality from faces is not guaranteed. Olivola and Todorov, 2010, 6 recently studied the ability of thousands of people to guess the personality characteristics of hundreds of thousands of faces on the website What's My Image? http www.what'smimage.com. In contrast to the predictions of 4. Sheldon, W. 1940. The Varieties of Human Physique, An Introduction to Constitutional Psychology. New York, New York. Harper. 5. Rule, N.O., and Mbady, N. 2010. Democrats and Republicans can be differentiated from their faces. +1, 5, 1. E8733, Rule, N.O., Mbady, N., Adams, R.B., Jr., and McRae, C.N. 2008. Accuracy and Awareness in the Perception and Categorization of Male Sexual Orientation. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 95, 5, 1019 1028, Rule, N.O. Mbady, N., and Hallett, K.C. 2009. Female sexual orientation is perceived accurately, rapidly, and automatically from the face and its features. Journal of Experimental Social Psychology, 45, 6, 1245, 1251. 6. Olivola, C.Y., and Todorov, A. 2010. Fooled by First Impressions? Re-examining the diagnostic value of appearance-based inferences. Journal of Experimental Social Psychology, 46, 2, 315 324. 443. Physiognomy. The researchers found that these people would have made more accurate judgments about the strangers if they had just guessed, using their expectations about what people in general are like, rather than trying to use the particular facial features of individuals to help them. It seems then that the predictions of physiognomy may also, in the end, find little empirical support. 11.2.1 Personality as Traits. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Personalities are characterized in terms of traits, which are relatively enduring characteristics that influence our behavior across many situations. Personality traits such as introversion, friendliness, conscientiousness, honesty, and helpfulness are important because they help explain consistencies in behavior. The most popular way of measuring traits is by administering personality tests on which people self-report about their own characteristics. Psychologists have investigated hundreds of traits using the self-report approach, and this research has found many personality traits that have important implications for behavior. You can see some examples of the personality dimensions that have been studied by psychologists and their implications for behavior in Table 11.1, and you can try completing a trait measure at the website shown in Example of a Trait Measure. Trait description. Examples of behaviors exhibited by people who have the trait: authoritarianism, Adorno, Frankl, Brunswick, Levinson, and Sanford, 1950. A cluster of traits including conventionalism, superstition, toughness, and exaggerated concerns with sexuality. Authoritarians are more likely to be prejudiced, to conform to leaders, and to display rigid behaviors. Individualism, collectivism. Tria NDIS, 1989. Individualism is the tendency to focus on oneself and one's personal goals. Collectivism is the tendency to focus on one's relations with others. Individualists prefer to engage in behaviors that make them stand out from others. Table 11.1 Some personality traits that predict behavior. 444. Whereas collectivists prefer to engage in behaviors that emphasize their similarity to others. Internal versus external locus of control, Rotter, 1966. In comparison to those with an external locus of control, people with an internal locus of control are more likely to believe that life events are due largely to their own efforts and personal characteristics. People with higher internal locus of control are happier, less depressed, and healthier in comparison to those with an external locus of control. Need for achievement. McClelland, 1958. The desire to make significant accomplishments by mastering skills or meeting high standards. Those high in need for achievement select tasks that are not too difficult to be sure they will succeed in them. Need for cognition. Cacioppo and Petty, 1982. The extent to which people engage in and enjoy effortful cognitive activities. People high in the need for cognition pay more attention to arguments in ads. Regulatory focus. Shaw, Higgins. Refers to differences in the motivations that energize people with a promotion. Table 11.1 Some personality traits that predict behavior. 445. And Friedman, 1998. Behavior, varying from a promotion orientation, seeking out new opportunities, to a prevention orientation, avoiding Negative outcomes. Orientation. Are more motivated by goals of gaining money, whereas those with prevention orientation are more concerned about losing money. Self-consciousness. Feinstein, Scheer, and Buss. 1975. The tendency to introspect and examine one's inner self and feelings. People high in self-consciousness spend more time preparing their hair and makeup before they leave the house. Self-esteem. Rosenberg. 1965. High self-esteem means having a positive attitude toward oneself and one's capabilities. High self-esteem is associated with a variety of positive psychological and health outcomes. Sensation. Seeking. The motivation to engage in extreme and risky sensation. Seekers are more likely to. Zuckerman. 2007. Behaviors. Engage in risky behaviors. Table 11.1 Some personality traits that predict behavior. 446. Such as extreme and risky sports, substance abuse, unsafe sex, and crime. Table 11.1 Some personality traits that predict behavior. By Adorno, T.W., Frankel Brunswick, E. Levinson, D.J., and Sanford, R.N. 1950. The Authoritarian Personality. New York, New York, Harper, Tria NDIS, H. 1989. The Self and Social Behavior in Differing Cultural Contexts. Psychological Review, 93, 506-520, Rotter, J. 1966. Generalized expectancies of internal versus external locus of control of reinforcement. Psychological Monographs, 80, McClelland, D.C. 1958. Methods of Measuring Human Motivation. In John W. Atkinson, edition, Motives in Fantasy, Action and Society. Princeton, N.J., D. Van Nostrand, Cacioppo, J.T., and Petty, R. E. 1982. The Need for Cognition. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 42. 116-131, Shaw, J., Higgins, T., and Friedman, R.S. 1998. Performance Incentives and Means, How Regulatory Focus Influences Goal Attainment. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 74, 2-85-93, Feinstein, A., Scheer, M.F., and Buss, A.H. 1975. Public and Private Self-Consciousness, Assessment and Theory. Journal of Consulting und Clinical Psychology, 43, 522, 527, Rosenberg, M. 1965. Society and Adolescent Self-Image. Princeton, N.J., Princeton University Press, Zuckerman, M. 2007. Sensation-Seeking and Risky Behavior. Washington, D.C., American Psychological Association. Example of a trait measure. You can try completing a self-report measure of personality, a short form of the 5-factor personality test, here. There are 120 questions and it should take you about 15-20 minutes to complete. You will receive feedback about your personality after you have finished the test. http://ipip/ipipneo120.htm. As with intelligence tests, the utility of self-report measures of personality depends on their reliability and construct validity. Some popular measures of personality are not useful because they are unreliable or invalid. Perhaps you have heard of a personality test known as the Myers-Briggs Type Indicator, MBTI. If so, you are not alone, because the MBTI is the most widely administered personality test in the world, given millions of times a year to employees in thousands of companies. The MBTI categorizes people into one of 4 categories on each of 4 dimensions: introversion versus extroversion, sensing versus intuiting, thinking versus feeling, and judging versus perceiving. 447. Although completing the MBTI can be useful for helping people think about individual differences in personality, and for breaking the ice at meetings, the measure itself is not psychologically useful because it is not reliable or valid. People's classifications change over time, and scores on the MBTI do not relate to other measures of personality or to behavior. Hunsley, Lee, and Wood, 2003. 7 measures such as the MBTI remind us that it is important to scientifically and empirically test the effectiveness of personality tests by assessing their stability over time and their ability to predict behavior. One of the challenges of the trait approach to personality is that there are so many of them. There are at least 18,000 English words that can be used to describe people. Allport and Odbert, 1936. 8. Thus a major goal of psychologists is to take this vast number of descriptors, many of which are very similar to each other, and to determine the underlying important, or core, traits among them. John Engelitner, and Ostendorf, 1988. 9. The trait approach to personality was pioneered by early psychologists, including Gordon Allport, 1897–1967, Raymond Cattell, 1905–1998, and Hans Eysenck, 1916–1997. Each of these psychologists believed in the idea of the trait as the stable unit of personality, and each attempted to provide a list or taxonomy of the most Important trait dimensions. Their approach was to provide people with a self-report measure and then to use statistical analyses to look for the underlying factors or clusters of traits, according to the frequency and the co-occurrence of traits in the respondents. Allport, 1937, 10 began his work by reducing the 18,000 traits to a set of about 4,500 trait-like words that he organized into 3 levels according to their importance. He called them cardinal traits, the most important traits, central traits, the basic and most useful traits, and secondary traits, the less obvious and less consistent ones. Cattell, 1990, 11 used a statistical procedure known as factor analysis to analyze the correlations among traits and to identify the most important ones. On the basis of his research, he identified what he referred to as source, more important, and surface, less important, traits, and he developed a measure that assessed 16 dimensions of traits based on personality adjectives taken from everyday language. Hans Eysenck was particularly interested in the biological and genetic origins of personality and made an important contribution to understanding the nature of a fundamental personality trait, extroversion versus introversion. Eysenck, 1998. 12. Eysenck proposed that people who are extroverted, i.e., who enjoy socializing with others, have lower levels of naturally occurring arousal than do introverts, who are less likely to enjoy being with others. Eysenck argued that extroverts have a greater desire to socialize with others to increase their arousal level, which is naturally to 7. Hunsley, J., Lee, C. M., and Wood, J. M. 2003. Controversial and questionable assessment techniques. In S. O. Lilienfeld, S. J. Lin, and J. M. Lower, eds. Science and Pseudoscience in Clinical Psychology, pages 3976. New York, New York, Guilford Press. 8. Allport, G. W., and Odbert, H. 1936. Trait Names, a Psycholexical Study. Number 211. Princeton, N.J., Psychological Review. Monographs. 9. John, O. P., Engelitner, A., and Ostendorf, F. 1988. The Lexical Approach to Personality, a Historical Review of Trait. Taxonomic Research. European Journal of Personality, 2, 3, 171, 203. 10. Allport, G. W. 1937. Personality, a Psychological Interpretation. New York, New York, Holt, Reinhardt, and Winston. 11. Cattell, R. B. 1990. Advances in Catalian Personality Theory. In L. A. Pervin, edition, Handbook of Personality, Theory and Research, pages 101110. New York, New York, Guilford Press. 12. Eysenck, H. 1998. Dimensions of Personality. Piscataway, N.J., Transaction. 448. Low, whereas introverts, who have naturally high arousal, do not desire to engage in social activities because they are overly stimulating. The fundamental work on trait dimensions conducted by Allport, Cattell, Eysenck, and many others has led to contemporary trait models, the most important and well validated of which is the 5-factor, Big Five, model of personality. According to this model, there are 5 fundamental underlying trait dimensions that are stable across time, cross-culturally shared, and explain a substantial proportion of behavior. Costa and McRae. 1992, Goldberg, 1982. 13. As you can see in Table 11.2, the 5 dimensions, sometimes known as the Big Five, are agreeableness, conscientiousness, extroversion, neuroticism, and openness to experience. You can remember them using the watery acronyms canoe or ocean. Dimension sample items description. Examples of behaviors predicted by the trait: openness to experience. I have a vivid imagination. I have a rich vocabulary. I have excellent ideas. A general appreciation for art. Emotion. Adventure. Unusual ideas. Imagination. Curiosity, and variety of experience. Individuals who are highly open to experience tend to have distinctive and unconventional decorations in their home. They are also likely to have books on a wide variety of topics, a diverse music collection, and works of art on display. Conscientiousness. I am always prepared. A tendency to show self. Individuals who are conscientious have. Table 11.2 The 5 factors of the 5-factor model of personality. 13. Costa, P.T., Jr., and McRae, R.R. 1992. Revised Neo-Personality Inventory, Neo-PI-R, and Neo-5-Factor Inventory. Neo-FFI, Manual. Odessa, Florida, Psychological Assessment Resources, Goldberg, L.R. 1982. From Ace to Zombie, Some Explorations in the Language of Personality. In C. D. Spielberger and J. N. Butcher, eds, Advances in Personality. Assessment, Vol. 1. Hillsdale, N.J., Lawrence Earlbaum Associates. 449. I am exacting in my work. I follow a schedule. Discipline, act dutifully, and aim for achievement. A preference for planned rather than spontaneous behavior. Extroversion. I am the life of the party. I feel comfortable around people. I talk to a lot of different people at parties. The tendency to experience positive emotions and to seek out stimulation and the company of others. Extroverts enjoy being with people. In groups they like to talk, assert themselves, and draw attention to themselves. Agreeableness. I am interested in people. I feel others' emotions. I make people feel at ease. A tendency to be compassionate and cooperative rather than suspicious and antagonistic toward others. Reflects individual differences in general concern for social harmony. Agreeable individuals value getting along with others. They are generally considerate, friendly, generous, helpful, and willing to compromise their interests with those of others. Neuroticism. I am not usually relaxed. I get upset easily. I am easily disturbed. The tendency to experience negative emotions such as anger, anxiety, or depression, sometimes called those who score high in neuroticism, are more likely to interpret ordinary situations as threatening and minor. Table 11.2 The 5 factors of the 5-factor model of personality. 450. Emotional instability. Frustrations as hopelessly difficult. They may have trouble thinking clearly, making decisions, and coping effectively with stress. Table 11.2 The 5 factors of the 5-factor model of personality. A large body of research evidence has supported the 5-factor model. The Big Five dimensions seem to be cross-cultural, because the same 5 factors have been identified in participants in China, Japan, Italy, Hungary, Turkey, and many other countries. Tria NDIS and Su, 2002. 14 The Big Five dimensions also accurately predict behavior. For instance, a pattern of high conscientiousness, low neuroticism, and high agreeableness predicts successful job performance. Tet, Jackson, and Rothstein, 1991. 15 scores on the Big Five dimensions also predict the performance of U.S. presidents. Ratings of openness to experience are correlated positively with ratings of presidential success, whereas ratings of agreeableness are correlated negatively with success. Rubenser, Faschingbauer, and Ones, 2000. 16. The Big Five factors are also increasingly being used in helping researchers understand the dimensions of psychological disorders such as anxiety and depression. Oldham, 2010, Salzman and Page, 2004. 17. An advantage of the five-factor approach is that it is parsimonious. Rather than studying hundreds of traits, researchers can focus on only 5 underlying dimensions. The Big Five may also capture other dimensions that have been of interest to psychologists. For instance, the trait dimension of need for achievement relates to the Big Five variable of conscientiousness, and self-esteem relates to low neuroticism. On the other hand, the Big Five factors do not seem to capture all the important dimensions of personality. For instance, the Big Five does not capture moral behavior. Although this variable is important in many theories of personality. And there is evidence that the Big Five factors are not exactly the same across all cultures. Jung and Leung, 1998. 18. 14. Tria Ndis, H.C., and Su, E.M. 2002. Cultural Influences on Personality. Annual Review of Psychology, 53, 1, 133-160. 15. Tet, R.P., Jackson, D.N., and Rothstein, M. 1991. Personality Measures as Predictors of Job Performance, a Meta-Analytic Review. Personnel Psychology, 44, 4, 703742. 16. Rubenser, S.J., Faschingbauer, T.R., and Ones, D.S. 2000. Assessing the U.S. Presidents using the Revised Neo-Personality Inventory. Assessment, 7, 4, 403-420. 17. Oldham, J. 2010. Borderline Personality Disorder and DSM-5. Journal of Psychiatric Practice, 16, 3, 143-154, Salzman, L.M., and Page, A.C. 2004. The Five-Factor Model and Personality Disorder Empirical Literature, a Meta-Analytic Review. Clinical Psychology Review, 23, 1055-1085. 18. Chung, F.M., and Leung, K. 1998. Indigenous Personality Measures, Chinese Examples. Journal of Cross-Cultural Psychology, 29, 1, 233-48. 451. 11.2.2 Situational Influences on Personality. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. One challenge to the trait approach to personality is that traits may not be as stable as we think they are. When we say that Malik is friendly, we mean that Malik is friendly today and will be friendly tomorrow and even next week. and we mean that Malik is friendlier than average in all situations. But what if Malik were found to behave in a friendly way with his family members but to be unfriendly with his fellow classmates? This would clash with the idea that traits are stable across time and situation. The psychologist Walter Mischel, 1968, reviewed the existing literature on traits and found that there was only a relatively low correlation, about R = 0.30, between the traits that a person expressed in one situation and those that they expressed in other situations. In one relevant study, Hartshorne, May, Mahler, and Shuttleworth, 1928, 20, examined the correlations among various behavioral indicators of honesty in children. They also enticed children to behave either honestly or dishonestly in different situations, for instance, by making it easy or difficult for them to steal and cheat. The correlations among children's behavior was low, generally less than R = 0.30, showing that children who steal in one situation are not always the same children who steal in a different situation. And similar low correlations were found in adults on other measures, including dependency, friendliness, and conscientiousness. Bem and Allen, 1974, 21. Psychologists have proposed two possibilities for these low correlations. One possibility is that the natural tendency for people to see traits in others leads us to believe that people have stable personalities when they really do not. In short, perhaps traits are more in the heads of the people who are doing the judging than they are in the behaviors of the people being observed. The fact that people tend to use human personality traits, such as the Big Five, to judge animals in the same way that they use these traits to judge humans is consistent with this idea. Gosling, 2001. 22. And this idea also fits with research showing that people use their knowledge representation schemas about people to help them interpret the world around them, and that these schemas color their judgments of others' personalities. Fisk and Taylor, 2007, 23. Research has also shown that people tend to see more traits in other people than they do in themselves. You might be able to get a feeling for this by taking the following short quiz. First, think about a person you know, your mom, your roommate, or a classmate, and choose which of the three responses on each of the 4 lines best describes him or her. Then answer the questions again, but this time about yourself. 19. Mischel, W. 1968. Personality and Assessment. New York, New York, John Wiley and Sons. 20. Hartshorne, H., May, M.A., Mahler, J.B., Shuttleworth, F.K. 1928. Studies in the Nature of Character. New York, New York. Macmillan. 21. Bem, D.J., and Allen, A. 1974. On predicting some of the people some of the time, the search for cross-situational consistencies in behavior. Psychological Review, 81, 6, 506520. 22. Gosling, S.D. 2001. From mice to men, what can we learn about personality from animal research? Psychological Bulletin 127, 1, 45, 86. 23. Fisk, S.T., and Taylor, S.E. 2007. Social Cognition, From Brains to Culture. New York, New York, McGraw-Hill. 452. 1. Energetic relaxed depends on the situation. 2. Skeptical trusting depends on the situation. 3. Quiet talkative depends on the situation. 4. Intense calm depends on the situation. Richard Nisbet and his colleagues, Nisbet, Caputo, Legant, and Marisek, 1973, 24 had. College students complete the same task for themselves, for their best friend, for their father, and for the, at the time well-known, newscaster Walter Cronkite. As you can see in Figure 11.3, the participants chose one of the two trait terms more often for other people than they did for themselves, and chose depends on the situation more frequently for themselves than they did for the other people. These results also suggest that people may perceive more consistent traits in others than they should. Figure 11.3 We tend to overestimate the traits of others. Nisbet, Caputo, Legant, and Marisek, 1973, found that participants checked off a trait term, such as energetic or talkative, rather than depends on the situation less often when asked to describe themselves than when asked to describe others. By adapted from Nisbet, R.E., Caputo, C., Legant, P., and Marisek, J. 1973. Behavior as seen by the actor and as seen by the observer. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 27, 2, 154-164. The human tendency to perceive traits is so strong that it is very easy to convince people that trait descriptions of themselves are accurate. Imagine that you had completed a personality test and the psychologist administering the measure gave you this description of your personality. You have a great need for other people to like you and admire you. You have a tendency to be critical of yourself. You have a great deal of unused capacity, which you have not turned to your advantage. While you have some personality weaknesses, you are generally able to compensate for them. Disciplined and self-controlled outside, you tend to be worrisome and insecure inside. At times you have serious doubts as to whether you have made the right decision or done the right thing. 24. Nisbet, R.E., Caputo, C., Legant, P., and Marisek, J. 1973. Behavior as seen by the actor and as seen by the observer. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 27, 2, 154-164. 453. I would imagine that you might find that it described you. You probably do criticize yourself at least sometimes, and you probably do sometimes worry about things. The problem is that you would most likely have found some truth in a personality description that was the opposite. Could this description fit you too? You frequently stand up for your own opinions even if it means that others may judge you negatively. You have a tendency to find the positives in your own behavior. You work to the fullest extent of your capabilities. You have few personality weaknesses, but some may show up under stress. You sometimes confide in others that you are concerned or worried, but inside you maintain discipline and self-control. You generally believe that you have made the right decision and done the right thing. The Barnum effect refers to the observation that people tend to believe vain descriptions of their personality that supposed lied descriptive of them but could in fact describe almost anyone. The Barnum effect helps us understand why many people believe in astrology, horoscopes, fortune telling, palm reading, tarot card reading, and even some personality tests. People are likely to accept descriptions of their personality if they think that they have been written for them, even though they cannot distinguish their own tarot card or horoscope readings from those of others at better than chance levels. Hines, 2003. 25 Again, people seem to believe in traits more than they should. A second way that psychologists responded to Michel's findings was by searching even more carefully for the existence of traits. One insight was that the relationship between a trait and a behavior is less than perfect because people can express their traits in different ways. Michel and Shota, 2008. 26 People high in extroversion, for instance, may become teachers, salesmen, actors, or even criminals. Although the behaviors are very different, they nevertheless all fit with the meaning of the underlying trait. Psychologists also found that, because people do behave differently in different situations, personality will only predict behavior when the behaviors are aggregated or averaged across different situations. We might not be able to use the personality trait of openness to experience to determine what Saul will do on Friday night, but we can use it to predict what he will do over the next year in a variety of situations. When many measurements of behavior are combined, there is much clearer evidence for the stability of traits and for the effects of traits on behavior. Roberts and Delvecchio, 2000, Shrivastava, John, Gosling, and Potter, 2003. 27. Taken together, these findings make a very important point about personality, which is that it not only comes from inside us but is also shaped by the situations that we are exposed to. Personality is derived from our interactions with and observations of others, from our interpretations of those interactions and observations, and from our choices of which social situations we prefer to enter or avoid. Bandura, 1986. 28 in 25. Hines, T. 2003. Pseudoscience and the Paranormal, 2nd ed. Amherst, New York, Prometheus Books. 26. Michel, W., and Shota, Y. 2008. Toward a Unified Theory of Personality, Integrating Dispositions and Processing Dynamics within the Cognitive Affective Processing System. In O. P. John, R. W. Robbins, and L. A. Pervin, eds, Handbook of Personality. Psychology, Theory and Research, 3rd ed., pages 208-41. New York, New York, Guilford Press. 27. Roberts, B.W., and Delvecchio, W.F. 2000. The Rank-Order Consistency of Personality Traits from Childhood to Old Age, A. Quantitative Review of Longitudinal Studies Psychological Bulletin, 126, 1, 3, 25, Shrivastava, S., John, O.P., Gosling, S.D., and Potter, J. 2003. Development of Personality in Early and Middle Adulthood, Set Like Plaster, or Persistent Change. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 84, 5, 1041, 1053. 28. Bandura, A. 1986. Social Foundations of Thought and Action, A Social Cognitive Theory. Englewood Cliffs, N.J., Prentice. Hall. 454. Fact: behaviorists such as B. F. Skinner explain personality entirely in terms of the environmental influences that the person has experienced. Because we are profoundly influenced by the situations that we are exposed to, our behavior does change from situation to situation, making personality less stable than we might expect. And yet personality does matter. We can, in many cases, use personality measures to predict behavior across situations. 11.2.3 The MMPI and Projective Tests. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. One of the most important measures of personality, which is used primarily to assess deviations from a normal or average personality, is the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory, MMPI, a test used around the world to identify personality and psychological disorders. Telegan et. Alabama, 2003. 29 The MMPI was developed by creating a list of more than 1,000 true-false questions, and choosing those that best differentiated patients with different psychological disorders from other people. The current version, the MMPI-2, has more than 500 questions, and the items can be combined into a large number of different subscales. Some of the most important of these are shown in Table 11.3, but there are also scales that represent family problems, work attitudes, and many other dimensions. The MMPI also has questions that are designed to detect the tendency of the respondents to lie, fake, or simply not answer the questions. Abbreviation description. What is measured? No. Of items. HS hypochondriasis. Concern with bodily symptoms. 32. D. Depression. Depressive symptoms. 57. High hysteria. Awareness of problems and vulnerabilities. 60. PD. psychopathic, deviate, conflict, struggle, anger. 50. Table 11.3 Some of the major subscales of the MMPI. 29. Teligan, A. Benporath, Y.S., McNulty, J.L., Arbizi, P.A., Graham, J.R., and Kummer, B. 2003. The MMPI 2 Restructured. Clinical Scales, Development, Validation, and Interpretation. Minneapolis, University of Minnesota Press. 455. Respect for Society's Rules. MF. Masculinity/femininity. Stereotypical masculine or feminine interests/behaviors. 56. Paranoia. Level of trust, suspiciousness, sensitivity. 40. PT psychasthenia. Worry, anxiety, tension, doubts, obsessiveness. 48. SC schizophrenia. Odd thinking and social alienation. 78. Hypomania. Level of excitability. 46. SI. Social introversion. People orientation. 69. Table 11.3 Some of the major subscales of the MMPI. To interpret the results, the clinician looks at the pattern of responses across the different subscales and makes a diagnosis about the potential psychological problems facing the patient. Although clinicians prefer to interpret the patterns themselves, a variety of research has demonstrated that computers can often interpret the results, as well as can clinicians. Garb, 1998, Karen, 2000. 30. Extensive research has found that the MMPI-2 can accurately predict which of many different psychological disorders a person suffers from. Graham, 2006. 31. One potential problem with a measure like the MMPI is that it asks people to consciously report on their inner experiences. But much of our personality is. 30. Garb, H.N. 1998. Computers and Judgment. In H.N. Garb, edition, Studying the Clinician, Judgment Research and Psychological Assessment, pages 207-29. Washington, D.C., American Psychological Association, Karen, B.P. 2000. The Clinical Interpretation of the Thematic Apperception Test, Rorschach, and Other Clinical Data, a Re-Examination of Statistical versus Clinical Prediction. Professional Psychology, Research and Practice, 31, 2, 230, 233. 31. Graham, J.R. 2006. MMPI-2, Assessing Personality and Psychopathology, 4th ed. New York, New York, Oxford University Press. 456. Determined by unconscious processes of which we are only vaguely or not at all aware. Projective measures are measures of personality in which unstructured stimuli, such as ink blots, drawings of social situations, or incomplete sentences, are shown to participants, who are asked to freely list what comes to mind as they think about the stimuli. Experts then score the responses for clues to personality. The proposed advantage of these tests is that they are more indirect. They allow the respondent to freely express whatever comes to mind, including perhaps the contents of their unconscious experiences. One commonly used projective test is the Rorschach ink blot test, developed by the Swiss psychiatrist Hermann Rorschach, 1884-1922. The Rorschach ink blot test is a projective measure of personality in which the respondent indicates his or her thoughts about a series of 10 symmetrical ink blots, figure 11.4. The Rorschach is administered millions of times every year. The participants are asked to respond to the ink blots, and their responses are systematically scored in terms of what, where, and why they saw what they saw. For example, people who focus on the details of the ink blots may have obsessive-compulsive tendencies, whereas those who talk about sex or aggression may have sexual or aggressive problems. Figure 11.4 Rorschach ink blots. The Rorschach ink blot test is a projective test designed to assess psychological disorders. Another frequently administered projective test is the thematic apperception test, TAT, developed by the psychologist Henry Murray, 1893-1988. 457. The thematic apperception test, TAT, is a projective measure of personality in which the respondent is asked to create stories about sketches of ambiguous situations, most of them of people, either alone or with others. Sample card from the TAT missing. The sketches are shown to individuals, who are asked to tell a story about what is happening in the picture. The TAT assumes that people may be unwilling or unable to admit their true feelings when asked directly, but that these feelings will show up in the stories about the pictures. Trained coders read the stories and use them to develop a personality profile of the respondent. Other popular projective tests include those that ask the respondent to draw pictures, such as the Draw a Person test, Matchover, 1949-32, and free association tests in which the respondent quickly responds with the first word that comes to mind when the examiner says a test word. Another approach is the use of anatomically correct dolls that feature representations of the male and female genitals. Investigators allow children to play with the dolls and then try to determine on the basis of the play if the children may have been sexually abused. The advantage of projective tests is that they are less direct, allowing people to avoid using their defense mechanisms and therefore show their true personality. The idea is that when people view ambiguous stimuli, they will describe them according to the aspects of personality that are most important to them, and therefore bypass some of the limitations of more conscious responding. Despite their widespread use, however, the empirical evidence supporting the use of projective tests is mixed. Karen, 2000, Wood, Nesworski, Lilienfeld, and Garb, 2003. 33. The reliability of the measures is low because people often produce very different responses on different occasions. The construct validity of the measures is also suspect because there are very few consistent associations between Rorschach scores or TAT scores and most personality traits. The projective tests often fail to distinguish between people with psychological disorders and those without, or to correlate with other measures of personality or with behavior. In sum, projective tests are more useful as icebreakers to get to know a person better, to make the person feel comfortable, and to get some ideas about topics that may be of importance to that person than for accurately diagnosing personality. Psychology in everyday life, leaders, and leadership. One trait that has been studied in thousands of studies is leadership. The ability to direct or inspire others to achieve goals. Trait theories of leadership are theories based on the idea that some people are simply natural leaders because they possess personality characteristics. 32. Matchover, K. 1949. Personality projection in the drawing of the human figure, a method of personality investigation. N. K. Matchover, edition, Personality projection in the drawing of the human figure, a method of personality investigation, pages 332. Springfield, Illinois, Charles C. Thomas. 33. Karen, B.P. 2000. The clinical interpretation of the thematic apperception test, Rorschach, and other clinical data, a re-examination of statistical versus clinical prediction. Professional Psychology, Research and Practice, 31, 233. Wood, J. M., Nesworski, M. T., Lilienfeld, S. O., and Garb, H. N. 2003. What's wrong with the Rorschach? Science confronts the controversial ink blot test. San Francisco, CA, JA CE Base. 458. That make them effective, Zaccaro, 2007. 34. Consider Bill Gates, the founder of the Microsoft Corporation, shown in Variety's OF. Leaders missing. What characteristics do you think he possessed that allowed him to create a strong company, even though many similar companies failed? Research has found that being intelligent is an important characteristic of leaders, as long as the leader communicates to others in a way that is easily understood by his or her followers. Simonton, 1994, 1995. 35. Other research has found that people with good social skills, such as the ability to accurately perceive the needs and goals of the group members and to communicate with others, also tend to make good leaders. Kenny and Zaccaro, 1983. 36. Because so many characteristics seem to be related to leader skills, some researchers have attempted to account for leadership not in terms of individual traits, but rather in terms of a package of traits that successful leaders seem to have. Some have considered this in terms of charisma. Sternberg and Libert, 1995, Sternberg, 2002. 37. Charismatic leaders are leaders who are enthusiastic, committed, and self-confident, who tend to talk about the importance of group goals at a broad level, and who make personal sacrifices for the group. Charismatic leaders express views that support and validate existing group norms but that also contain a vision of what the group could or should be. Charismatic leaders use their referent power to motivate, uplift, and inspire others. And research has found a positive relationship between a leader's charisma and effective leadership performance. Simonton, 1988. 38. Another trait-based approach to leadership is based on the idea that leaders take either transactional or transformational leadership styles with their subordinates. Base, 1999, Peters, Van Nippenberg. Shippers, and Stam, 2010. 39. Transactional leaders are the more regular leaders, who work with their subordinates to help them understand what is required of them and to get the job done. Transformational leaders, on the other hand, are more like charismatic leaders. They. 34. Zaccaro, S.J. 2007. Trait-based perspectives of leadership. American Psychologist, 62, 1, 6, 16. 35. Simonton, D.K. 1994. Greatness, Who Makes History and Why? New York, New York, Guilford Press, Simonton, D.K. 1995. Personality and Intellectual Predictors of Leadership. In D. H. Saklowska and M. Zeidner, eds. International Handbook of Personality and Intelligence Perspectives on Individual Differences, pages 739-757. New York, New York, Plenum. 36. Kenny, D.A., and Zaccaro, S.J. 1983. An Estimate of Variance Due to Traits in Leadership. Journal of Applied Psychology, 68, 4, 678, 685. 37. Sternberg, R., and Libert, T. 1995. Defying the Crowd, Cultivating Creativity in a Culture of Conformity. New York. New York, Free Press, Sternberg, R.J. 2002. Successful Intelligence, A New Approach to Leadership. In R. E. Riggio, S. E. Murphy, and F. J. Pirazzolo, eds. Multiple Intelligences and Leadership, pages 9-28. Mawa, N. J., Lawrence. Earlbaum Associates. 38. Simonton, D.K. 1988. Presidential Style, Personality, Biography and Performance, Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 55, 928, 936. 39. Base, B.M. 1999. Current Developments in Transformational Leadership, Research and Applications. Psychologist Manager Journal, 3, 1, 5, 21, Peters, A.N., Van Nippenberg, D., Shippers, M, and STEM, D. 2010. Transformational and Transactional Leadership and Innovative Behavior, the Moderating Role of Psychological Empowerment Journal of Organizational Behavior, 31, 4, 609 623. 459. Have a vision of where the group is going, and attempt to stimulate and inspire their workers to move beyond their present status and to create a new and better future. Despite the fact that there appear to be at least some personality traits that relate to leadership ability, the most important approaches to understanding leadership take into consideration both the personality characteristics of the leader as well as the situation in which the leader is operating. In some cases, the situation itself is important. For instance, you might remember that President George W. Bush's ratings as a leader increased dramatically after the September 11, 2001, terrorist attacks on the World Trade Center. This is a classic example of how a situation can influence the perceptions of a leader's skill. In still other cases, different types of leaders may perform differently in different situations. Leaders whose personalities lead them to be more focused on fostering harmonious social relationships among the members of the group, for instance, are particularly effective in situations in which the group is already functioning well, and yet it is important to keep the group members engaged in the task and committed to the group outcomes. Leaders who are more task-oriented and directive, on the other hand, are more effective when the group is not functioning well and needs a firm hand to guide it. Amen, Kemmers, and Fiedler, 1995. 40. Key takeaways. Personality is an individual's consistent patterns of feeling, thinking, and behaving. Personality is driven in large part by underlying individual motivations, where motivation refers to a need or desire that directs behavior. Early theories assumed that personality was expressed in people's physical appearance. One of these approaches, known as physiognomy, has been validated by current research. Personalities are characterized in terms of traits relatively enduring characteristics that influence our behavior across many situations. The most important and well-validated theory about the traits of normal personality is the 5-factor model of personality. 40. Amen, R., Kemmers, M.M., and Fiedler, F. 1995. The contingency model of leadership effectiveness, its level of analysis. The Leadership Quarterly, 6, 2, 147-167. 400.